this, but that's fine. If you can hear it.
Check. Yeah, I think that should be good. Hey, hello. We're just going to do one quick sound adjustment here for the guitar, and then we're going to get going. But we are DeLakes. Thank you for showing up, and welcome to the start of the second and sadly final day of the Minnesota Music Coalition Summit. This virtual event has weirdly gone so well for how much is going on with it. So amazing work to everyone at MMC for putting this together. Who knew we could throw conferences online? 2020, what a year. There you go. Definitely comment and say, hey, what's up? I love interacting with people with stuff like this. So please comment it and mess with us and share opinions and tell us what should be louder or what should be quieter or what should be perfect. So let's do this. This first song is called Ephemeral Infection. Person at the blurred night sky, we're stranded bodies, though we see the same stars high. We picked a cluster and when our visits end, we look above to men. Please, oh please, let a star shine, the way to know our hearts intertwine. Please, oh please, in the clear sky, let a flute lead our fate awry. 'Cause then we'll never have to say goodbye. Our banter is simply bliss. The great divide is our only true nemesis. We've got our lucky star, and though it sounds bizarre, there isn't wrong that far. Please, oh please, let a star shine, the way to know our hearts intertwine. And please, oh please, be a clear sky, don't let a fluke lead our fate awry. 'Cause then we'll never have to say goodbye. Passing by mischances was my only true consistency. You're the one to change that for me. The temple has such shiny beams, the source of all your energy, the catalyst of this changing me. Changing me, back and forth and back again. Traveling's exciting, though I can't wait until when we make each other smile, boost each other's style. There is no doubt you beguile. So please let a star shine, the way to know our hearts intertwine. And please, oh please, be a clear sky, don't let a flute lead our fate awry. And please, oh please, let a star shine, the way to know our hearts intertwine. And please, oh please, be a clear sky, don't let a flute lead our fate awry. 'Cause then we'll never have to say goodbye. All right, we definitely had some clipping, so I'm gonna fix that real quick. In the meanwhile, real quick thing. See that that little banner at the bottom that's talking about tipping us with Venmo or PayPal? All that money is going to be going over to the sanctuary at Powderhorn Park. Parks and Power has a great list going for supplies that they need, so we thought that we would donate anything that you send over to them. So I'm going to mention that after each song. So please, if you haven't donated stuff a lot recently, do it now. Do it now. Okay. No, that was that was definitely me. All right. Hey, one other live comments to see what we got going on there. Go Elizabeth, Roddy, and Drew Kellum. Like what you hear? Yeah, there we go. All right. Thank
Happy
you, everyone.
Father's Day, everybody.
Yeah, happy Daddy Day. Cool. This next one is called Tendencies for the Tide. So that's a connection. God, I mean, what was your intention? Big lake in the Colin, where we met the loon and it did by the moon. In the afternoon, and the trip of my skin, walk to burn it off, back at the room, up to super to die. Thank you. I saw more clippings, so guess what I'm going to do real quick.
Hydration. So you've got some suntan lotion on and your twins hat. Not enough, probably. Staying cool, staying safe in the sun. Hello, Adam. Hello, Drew. Oh, hi, Ben. We miss you.
I don't know. Where is our sexy drummer? I don't think
Where
we
is
ever
our
had
sexy
one.
drummer? Yeah, we have a drummer.
But yeah.
We're just kidding.
All right. That and I think now this thing's probably fine. Yeah, we'll try it out. Anyway, so again, see those tip things going down, spiraling like crazy at the bottom there, Venmo and PayPal. Send us some money because all of that is going to go to the sanctuary at Powderhorn Park, which is where they have there's a lot of people are experiencing homelessness. They were removed from the Sheraton Hotel and still need help. That doesn't just end when you leave a hotel that someone generously bought out for the weeks, but please send some money over to us so we can get some supplies and just anything they need over there. Thank you. These next two songs we're going to do right in a row, Daily Holiday and City Boats. Thank you so much. Oh, why don't you do it again? Do it twice. Cool. Okay. Ba-da, 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 oh, ba-da, 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 oh, ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. Every day's a holiday when life is spent with you. Sitting in the sun, and the trees are here. Mars in the sun, your kisses sun. All I do is sing at you and dream until we meet Whoa, 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 whoa. Every day's a dream. My feel song. Every day's so fancy free, 'cause I got you and you got me. By side, all the time. When you can't use words, like two lovebirds, masquerades for love's bound to disappoint. Tricky sounds forgotten now, but that's besides the point. 43, jumping high, side by side, the spaces in between. I think the city folks are smiling at you, smiling at me. I think the city folks are smiling at you, smiling at me. Thank you. Let's see
Thanks,
what's going on in the
everybody.
comments. 12:17. Oh, we're gonna crank out our last one. Patrick, you're very loud.
I mean, I always.
All right. Well, I'm gonna do one thing here, so maybe just like turn down a little bit. Okay. We're gonna cruise through this last one. We're gonna cruise through this last one here again. Send us some donations so we can donate to the Powderhorn Park Sanctuary. Again, we are the Lakes. We got Elizabeth Roddy. We have another Elizabeth Roddy. No, I'm Patrick Atkins, and I'm Drew. And we are the Lakes. This last song is Summer Days, and we're gonna cruise through it. Ready? Cool. Of a first encounter, the trees synchronize their sway. And at the time it was lost on me, but it brought out the magic of May. Watch me levitate on over my living waves, in gems and zipping purple haze. At the end of that summer, even breeze got hold of me now. Belong to my every tune, and nothing could break our gaze. I thought you'd be you, then I spoke to the whole obstacle down it. Watch me levitate on and over my living waves, and gems and sipping purple haze. At the end of that summer, evening breeze got a hold of me now. La da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da. Let's sing at it night, but this time around, scream our love out loud, skipping paper stones across the gilded shore, dreaming of our next encore. Watch me levitate on over my living waves. thin purple haze. That summer evening breeze got a hold of me now. All right, we are a minute over. So with that, donate. We're giving all that money away or donating it. So give some money over. We will see you next time. Thanks for watching and keep watching the summit. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
All right, I think we're rolling. I'm Haldy. Thanks to the Lakes for starting out the day. Happy Father's Day to all you fathers out there, and thanks to the MMC for having me do this today. So I'm excited. I guess I didn't think the Lakes was outside. That would have been kind of fun, but as it sits, we'll just be right here. Got a short set for you today. Some are old, some are like finished up yesterday new, actually one. So we'll try some of that stuff. It's funny when you think of songs, even the old ones kind of change meaning based on kind of what's happening in the world. There's a couple of those in here today. Anyway, this first tune is one of those. It's called Timing, Good Luck, and Money. Look at you, right out in the open. Take my breath, you always did. It's been quite a ride, and man, you're a long way from any place. Now, how you been? You're rambling, your song's on the radio, and it's good to see you again. You can stay as long as you like, or maybe just one night. Well, time in, good luck, and money. Time in, good luck, and money. From where I sit, smooth on the surface yet, but your eyes are looking west. Well, how many times have we been here? Never said just what we meant. And you can stay as long as you like, or maybe just one night. Well, time in, good luck, and money. Time in, good luck, and money. Well, you'll come back, and you know I'll be here, but I won't look the same at all. Like some old house you walk back into, smaller than you recall. You can stay as long as you like, or maybe just one night. Well, time in, good luck, and money. Time in, good luck, and money. And time in, time in, yeah, good luck and the money. All right. Again, that was Good Luck and Money. Yeah. Anyway, these it's always a little goofy doing the live stream to people. Anyway, it's been a good weekend at the MMC. I'm liking all the little discussions and all the things happening, and the musicians have been awesome. So I'm happy to be included in that one. This tune is called Just This Once. some days lay it down. Yeah, you never ask why. Well, Highway 4, it touches the skies. You get in that old El Camino and just drive. So can I call you and get what I want? Or could it be that simple? Well, just this once. Well, did that old jalopy die when you rode away? Well, my guitar's in a case and I'm trying to find my way, and I wish you'd come back around and take the stage, man, just play. Can I call you and get what I want? Or could it be that simple? Just this once. It's close to home, and it's just a start. You told me, well, I could break my heart, but either way, she said, gotta hold on. Well, I'm gonna get high with you, and then I'll never come down. Well, I ain't afraid to go outside anymore, and you know what I say, oh, when it rains I want more. So can I call you, get what I want? Could it be that simple? Well, just this once. Well, just this once. Well, just this once. All right, I better check a comment, make sure that all my mics are turned on and such. Seems like it. All right. That was called Just This Once. This one, I guess, is pretty new. And been playing it for a while, trying to figure it out, but I guess in honor of Father's Day, I'll play this one as I have a 10-year-old daughter. She's actually probably listening, so she has no idea that this song might be about her, or her future self, you know, like meeting some boy and, you know, me not liking the boy. So I have a cheesy Father's Day song too, but I'm not going to play that one. I went the other way with it. So anyway, this is called Red Handed. I don't know what you see in him. rings and tattoos on every limb. I don't know what to say to you, but I saw the ladder, the footprints too. Well, I know you think she's happier. I'm gonna catch you red-handed for her. Yeah, red-handed for her. Well, I marked the bottles New Year's Eve. Got into one I couldn't leave. I can't recall where the lines got drawn. And if he was here, well, you were gone. Well, I know you think she's happier. But I'm gonna catch you red-handed for her. Red-handed for her. So just come home and do as you're told. Just come home and do as you're told. Well, I heard the engine fade away. I saw the tire marks in the clay. And I don't know if I should let you go, but I don't think it's up to me no more. 'Cause I know you think she's happier. I'm gonna catch you red-handed for her. Red-handed for her. So just come home and do as you're told. Just come home. All right. Happy Father's Day, y'all. All right. Sorry, I'm gonna take a little coffee. All right. Let's do. Yeah, let's do this one. This is a new one, and it's got a drum machine. So, yep, that is how it's going to go. All right, this one is called Small Doses. And we'll see how it goes. If the drum machine's too loud, you let me know. Well, I ain't perfect, no. Well, I'm far from it. Well, I saw you yesterday. Got down on the carpet and I'm like, well, here we go. Well, here we go. And all the thoughts in my head could not be said. The way the man out bet that this won't end. And all this time, well, were you mine? 'Cause everybody knows if not, they're gonna learn. The rocks get turned over, what's underneath is what gets hurt. Well, you said I never brought you roses, and that I'm only good in small doses. everything until it's gone. Well, I'm all good till I'm all wrong. It's just the way that I am, and it ain't your fault. There's nothing you can do, nothing at all. And I'm only gonna tell you once or twice. It's gonna be a long haul, but you look nice. It's about 2:03 a.m. I'm drunk outside the house again. There's people talking out loud with cannonball mouths right in my ear like a mushroom cloud. 'Cause everybody knows if not, they're gonna learn. When rocks get turned over, what's underneath is what gets hurt. You said I never brought you roses and that I'm good in small doses. 'Cause everybody knows if not, they're gonna learn. Rocks get turned over, what's underneath is what gets hurt. You said I never brought you roses and that I'm good in small doses. All right, that was Small Doses. Thank you. Thanks, Terry. Glad you found it. All right, I think I got one more to do. This is a this is the one I just finished up. So we'll see how it plays today. Anyway, this one is called Is Everybody the Same? Anyway, and thanks again for having me. Thanks for listening, and happy Father's Day to everybody. Just got to let it come around on the guitar for a little bit. I see a thread and I pull on it till it all comes apart, bare to the bone so I can see right through, like some junkyard cars. And I don't need to read your mind. I don't want to know all the things that I do wrong. You gotta let them all go. Is everybody the same? 100,000 miles of veins. And if you open up that door, it's gonna be different than it was before. We'll take a look and try to compare. Do you think anybody really cares about your $1 million friends and $10 shoes? Or who you sing to when you got the blues? We cry at sad movies and laugh at church. Throw darts at people we love till it hurts. Is everybody the same? 100,000 miles of veins. And if you open up that door, it's gonna be different than it was before. Do you wanna be the first one in line and take the easy money every time? Do you go to the bank and put it right in? You spend it on pull tabs and Jameson. You spend it on pull tabs and Jameson. Well, sometimes I'm barely hanging on. Feel like I'm getting dragged right along, talking to people that I don't want to meet, I'm going places I don't want to see. 'Cause everybody the same. 100,000 miles of veins. I see the smile that hides the frown and the sadness behind the clowns. everybody the same. 100,000 miles of veins. And if you open up that door, it's gonna be different than it was before. All right, I think that'll do it for me. Again, I'm Haldy. Thank you very much to the MMC for having me. And have a great Father's Day, everybody.
Hey, team.
Hello.
Hey, guys.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
Good to see you.
Likewise.
So my name's Tim Matson, and I'm a intellectual property and entertainment lawyer, litigator, and transactional attorney with the law firm Fox Rothschild. I've had a career of over 25 years representing musicians and media talent and filmmakers and visual artists in all aspects of their entertainment careers. And I'm also a litigator, so I try cases in entertainment and intellectual property. Today we're going to talk about music in media and the use of music in film and television and commercials. And I'm pleased to be joined by Will Vandekramert. I hope I said that right.
That was beautiful. Thankfully, it's phonetic.
Perfect. Perfect. Will has had a long and storied career from Saturday Night Live to Soho and Sedona International Film Festivals. He's had music on the small screen and the silver screens and has appeared in hundreds of commercials. His music, including for Mercedes and Arby's and CBS, the 2016 Rio Olympic Games. And so I'm pleased to have Will join us and talk about his experiences in music licensing. And then also joining us is Ken Chastain, who is the head of audio post-production at Pixel Farm and chief engineer and composer for Pixel Farm Music. Ken has been scoring, sound designing, and mixing award-winning music for film and television for over 15 years. His credits include Miley Cyrus, Ziggy Marley, Pink, Switchfoot, the Jonas Brothers, Soul Asylum, Semisonic, and many others. And he's music in commercials for many corporate clients, including 3M and United Airlines, BMW, and the like. So I'm very pleased to have Ken and Will join us today. Discussion about music in film and television and commercials. So to get us going, I'm going to get the boring stuff out of the way first. Give background about copyright and the rights involved in film and television and commercial licensing. The first copyright is musical compositions, which is the music and lyrics. The author of a musical composition is generally the composer and the lyricist. And they may be in the form of a notated copy, such as sheet music, or more typically on a phonorecord, like now here, a CD or a digital file. There is a separate copyright in sound recordings, and that is the fixation of a series of musical, spoken, or other sounds. And the author of a sound recording are the performers, whose performances are fixed, and could be the record producer who processes the sound and fixes them in a final recording. Now, sound recordings are derivative works of underlying musical compositions. But the copyright in a sound recording is not the same. The musical composition, you think music and lyrics, the sound recording is the performance and recording of a musical composition. Once a musical composition is published in the United States on phonorecords, commercially released, then anyone else can make a subsequent cover recording of that musical composition subject to the compulsory licensing provisions of Section 115 of the U.S. Copyright Act. So what does copyright protect? It protects musical works, including words, that are fixed in a tangible medium of expression. Under Section 106 of the U.S. Copyright Act, the owner of copyright in a musical work has the exclusive right to make copies, to prepare derivative works, to sell and distribute copies, to perform a work, and to display a work publicly. For sound recordings, copyright protection also gives the owner the right to perform a work publicly by means of a digital audio transmission. So when we're talking about music licensing, we're talking about an owner of copyright, an author, or a publisher, or a hiring party, such as a film production company, authorizing and licensing others to exercise the 6 exclusive rights in copyright. A license, an exclusive license of copyright, must be in writing and signed by the owner of the rights conveyed. The deals we're talking about are done under state contract law. Copyright just says it has to be in writing, and it has to identify what is being conveyed. And one key point, a copyright owner must specifically carve out and place restrictions on rights not granted in a license. And so unless you do that, it'll be viewed as granting whoever can use it rights unless you limit those. So for example, in licensing, whether the rights are exclusive or not exclusive, what type of media the license applies to for a film production or commercial, how long you can use it and the like. And so with that background, I'd like to bring in Will and Ken to talk a little bit about their careers and their success in the music industry. So Will, let's start with you. Can you just give a brief synopsis of how you got into the industry and the path you took that led you to where you are today, a very successful composer for film and television and commercials?
Sure. So I'll give you the abridged version. The unfortunate thing about my personality is that I can be long-winded. So we'll be watching the stopwatch as I talk here.
So can lawyers. We talk a lot too. I'll stop.
Ken, you're gonna have to be the mitigator of any long-winded damage we cause. Okay. But anyhow, I was just graduating from college. I had decided to pursue a degree in composition, and I was operating under this really strange and false assumption that by the time I graduated, because I had an interest specifically in music for film and media, that there was nothing happening in Minneapolis, which is completely false. It was the misguided assumption of a 21-year-old. And so I said, the only rational thing for me to do is to move to Los Angeles, where the heart of the film industry is. So that's what I did. I had the good fortune of being hooked up with people like orchestrator Sean McMahon, who was at McNally Smith, and he was the head of their composition department, and he hooked me up with some great residencies out there. So I actually had a really graceful transition out to Los Angeles in terms of being able to get plugged into a community pretty quickly and making some relationships that would have been a lot harder if I hadn't been doing some of that work up front, right after and during college. So I moved out to what's called the Tilden House in Culver City. It's basically a community of composers that is kind of fostered by a composer by the name of Chris Young. And Chris has worked on Hellraiser and Spider-Man 3 and large features like that. And he basically gave young composers a chance to move out to Los Angeles, kind of get their feet wet and land in a community. Because anyone that's moved to a large metropolitan area knows not only how hard it is to make it as an artist, but also have that immediate sense of community. And like that's almost unheard of. So I was really fortunate to move out there, pounded pavement for a couple of months, and ended up at a studio owned by Jeff Rona. Jeff Rona is a composer for film and television, and he worked with Hans Zimmer for a really long time, and he's been on his own now for about the last 2 decades. And that was my introduction to film music and television music. But just as importantly, because little did I know, I would transition back to Minneapolis after about a year of being out there. He was also my introduction to production music. And production music is, I mean, it's something we'll get into more heavily as the conversation kind of progresses here, but that is essentially what allowed me to move back to a city like Minneapolis, a city that is one of the top 10 economies for advertising, and land in a way that felt comfortable. A lot of agencies are here. There's a lot of music catalogs that are happening here. And so that made my transition back to Minneapolis easier. Met my wife here 2 weeks after I got back, which was kind of serendipitous and wonderful, but I planted roots, and now I kind of divide my time between 3 different things, one of which is commercial music, one of which is music for film. And then I guess it's a myriad of things. We wear lots of different hats as creatives, but there's kind of those centralized things that I'm spending my time doing now.
Great, thank you for that. Can you just speak a little bit about some of the challenges along the way that you had to overcome to break into the industry? Because I know a lot of young writers, will see you and Ken and the success you had and want to be you. And certainly it doesn't, things don't happen overnight. And so, what were some of the challenges that you had to overcome to get you where you are today?
Yeah, I think, and this is something that I kind of hope to make a pillar of this conversation with you gentlemen too, is it's this idea of creative inertia and patience. So I think you actually said it best, Tim, when you said that it doesn't happen overnight, and there's not any given moment where you said, I've got it now. I've got it figured out and I'm finally established. It's something that's really graduated and progressive and happens over time. And I think the most challenging thing at the beginning of your career is, of course, not the most challenging thing as your career progresses. So I think the most challenging thing at the beginning was trying to stand out in a market that is becoming increasingly saturated. Being a film composer wasn't like this cool sought after thing to do, maybe even in the 90s. I mean, now you have a dedicated program at Berkeley and USC and all of these different environments with incredibly low acceptance rates to universities like that. So I think the number one challenge for media composers starting out, and for me as well, was to stand out from the crowd. You know, there's a lot of folks that want to do this. I was speaking with the assistant at my first internship in LA, sort of after the fact, after I'd completed my internship. And he said, yeah, when we were picking our interns, which was me and one other gentleman, we were looking at a stack of resumes about like that. It's the competition is very dense, and it's no longer enough to be educated and talented and capable. You also have to have a lot of endurance, a lot of patience to hear no a lot. And then as your career develops and continues to grow, you have to be okay with continually hearing no. Because especially in the commercial world, I don't know about, maybe Ken can speak to this as well, because you're going to hear no a whole lot more than you hear yes. You're going to have your demos passed up on, and it's going to be another piece of music that gets selected, or another composer for a feature or something like that. I think having creative endurance and the ability to keep going and the ability to stand out, those are inevitably challenges.
Okay. One final question before I move to Ken. Could you have done what you did without moving to LA, or was that critical to your entree into the industry?
You know, that's a really good question. I think Ken kind of operates this way as well, I think, but I still go back to Los Angeles because I recognize the importance that market continues to have for folks like us. But in regards to whether I could have done the same thing, I'm not sure. I think it's still really hard to do things like be a television composer out of Minneapolis. That's why I don't do a lot of television. I've done one television project in which I was ghosting for a colleague for a show that was on BET. But it is still hard to do certain aspects of our work if you're not living in Los Angeles or don't spend periodic time there. I think I definitely still would have had a career, because again, it's false to assume that there isn't a lot happening in cities like Minneapolis and Chicago and Nashville. But at the same time, I think my career would have maybe looked a lot different. I think I may have had fewer opportunities to maybe participate in some of the more narrative projects that I work on, because a lot of my narrative projects, at least for me personally, continue to come from out west and places that aren't Minneapolis. I think I still would have had opportunities. My career may have just looked a little bit different, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I think that does. And, you know, as a lawyer, I feel the same way. I mean, I joined a firm 4 years ago. We have an office in LA, an office in New York, and I spent a lot of time out there. So it's certainly helpful. You can do things from Minneapolis, certainly, but you have to have that connection. So Ken, to you, I mean, you're also a very successful composer, recording artist. Talk a little bit about your career path, how you got started, how you got to where you are today, and some of the challenges you faced along the way.
Well, I played music probably like Will since I was very young. Was in bands and things, maybe starting in junior high. Started recording music because I was sort of a tech geek for that too, and I really enjoyed it. And then in high school, realized I didn't have recording studios were more expensive, and they don't just show up like on your laptop like they do today back then. And
Right.
I wanted to record, so I ended up finding recording studios that I could go and pour coffee and empty trash and get my hands on the keys essentially. And then I spent a lot of time my junior and senior year coming home from school and then sneaking out in the middle of the night and going to a recording studio and recording from midnight to 4, and then coming back, climbing back into bed and pretending that I'd been there all night. And what I didn't understand at the time was that I was learning a trade, which was not my intention at the time. I just wanted to make records. After high school, I did a year at the University of Minnesota because I've been playing in lots of orchestras and jazz bands and things too. And then I got a scholarship to go to Berklee College of Music. So I spent 2 years there, got to do some studying of film scoring and a lot of music stuff, met a lot of people there, players and things. And then I came back to Minneapolis, and my goal then, it was just obvious I was going to be a rock star. And so I got in some bands, and I had a blast, and I made records and performed. And eventually I didn't become a rock star. And in the process, I realized as I was starting a family that I had to somehow make a living as well. And I had this trade that I could fall back on, which is engineering, essentially, which when I am engineering, I'm also making music. I'm also doing all these things that I love to do. There's creative elements and art involved, but it's also a place that you could go. And again, when I became an engineer, I didn't just become an engineer. I found another place that I could get an internship in, and I was right back to pouring coffee and running mic cables, and essentially did that for a couple of years until an engineer that was the chief engineer at the studio at the time had to bail. And they're like, well, Ken, can you do this? And I said yes, which was really beyond my scope. But I think that's part of what you do in this world is people say, can you do this? And you say yes, and then you hang up and you get a manual or get on YouTube and find a tutorial and start figuring it out.
Right.
Panic attack.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Sort of getting yourself ahead of the cart just slightly. And then I ended up becoming an engineer there, and then eventually kept playing in bands. Because I was playing in bands now, I could continue to make records in recording studios. And then eventually started delving into, when the band thing was I was starting to get pretty cynical about it. I started delving into film and television post-production, which is, again, just engineering. I was doing a lot of music editing. As a musician, it was nice to, understand music, so you understand that, this 30-second edit's not going to have the bridge of the tune because there's just not room for it. But just being a music person, I was able to comprehend that. Got into film and television post-production about 15 years ago, starting just recording voiceovers and mixing music against them and editing that music. The music was coming from, for the most part, needle drop. That's what they called it. They still do sort of, but because it came off of vinyl at one point. But just collections of music libraries that already existed. And then eventually started to offer my services, especially in situations where they just couldn't find the music they were looking for. Started making music for film and television. And that just sort of rolled its way into, started in a very small post-production house, moved to a larger one in town, and then ended up at Pixel Farm where I am now. I can't believe I've been there for 15 years, but I have. And so now I do sort of three things, which are I write music for film and television, and then I also do sound design, which is essentially just making all the noises that you hear, because they don't record a car crash in a film. They just crash the car and then you put in the sounds of the car crash.
Right.
And then mixing all those things together so that when it comes out of your television or your iPhone or the speaker array at the Twin Stadium, because everything sounds different in every application, final mixing that so that you can still hear the dialogue when the explosion happens and the music swells. So sort of my three disciplines at work. I also continue to play a lot of live music, and part of this sort of rolls into your question about the challenges and things. I find that I'm able to, I'm very lucky to get to play some really great music in town because this is a spectacular music town. And when I do, I'm again lucky guy. I get to play some relatively high profile gigs, and that sort of continues to sort of keep me in the eye of people in town. I've got a bit of that cachet that comes with it. And when it comes to finding work, writing for film and television, it's nice to have that sort of live element for me to just keep in touch with people. I'm not a great networker. I don't do a lot of sort of going out to LA just to talk to people. I'm just not in my wheelhouse. But I do perform a lot on stage, and then in that way, I get to sort of do the same sort of thing, networking, talk to people, meet people. People know who I am or hear about me through that stuff. And then, so that's a way that I can find new people to work with and opportunities. And I would say that sort of the challenges of the whole, there are people who are very much cut out for a life on the road. And as a younger person, left college, came back, started a band, started touring. Some of the people in my band are still touring to this day. I came to the harsh realization relatively quickly that I didn't want to be on the road all the time. That kind of wasn't my bag. It's an amazing thing, and I have, like I said, many talented friends that do it very well. So the recording studio was really suited for me because as a guy who didn't necessarily want to be in the van and hotels, I could do that. I could continue to make music and still be in my city. And I was lucky in that Minneapolis is a phenomenal music town, art town, theater town, all of it. So as a creative person, this is an inspiring city to live in. And having toured like I did enough to know I've played in most major cities in America. This is a special town in that respect. And there's a lot of great art and a lot of sort of an artistic community that welcomes each other. I know a lot of guys in my post-production community that do similar things to what I do. And as opposed to us sort of being headhunting and trying to take each other out, I get calls from friends all the time saying, I need a ukulele and mine's broke. And, we all know each other. We all help each other. It's a great town to be a creative person in.
Right.
Yeah. So the your path, it sounds like is you've done it from Minneapolis. For your career, right? You have not moved to LA. You've not chosen the path that most people take for film work, right?
It's true, but I came into this whole thing about the time that the iChat started, and very quickly it became apparent that geography is playing less and less a role in the world of art,
right.
And that I can write for somebody in Berlin today, have a real-time conversation with them. They can hand me a track and play it to me, and we can talk about it. And then I can spend an hour or two playing some music into it, and I can send it back and have a conversation that same day. So whereas it used to be that like Los Angeles is a place you go to play and make music, that's really, and we're talking, I started this 15, 20 years ago. And at this point, the communication makes geography at least the creation of music part of it is really simple to do anywhere you go. But that networking component that Will talks about is definitely important. As sort of a introvert guy, it's not necessarily my wheelhouse, but I understand completely that I think it's a big part of it. And a lot of people will go to LA even just to have meetings or to talk to people, or to New York for that matter, the creative hubs in the world, because when you're in LA, and I've spent time in LA and recorded in LA with friends, things like that. But when you're there, you can just tell there's an energy there that's just happening. And I know the people that really got involved in a lot of heavy stuff were there. And the reason they were there was because somebody calls you at noon and says, can you be at Capitol Records in 45 minutes? And that is, there's no doubt that is a thing. But like I said, Minneapolis, there's so much live music. Maybe more than in Los Angeles. There's so much more theater than there is in Los Angeles. There's as many museums. There's just like the art scene here is huge, and there are not as many people. And everyone's not leaving music school and moving to Los Angeles. They're all moving to Los Angeles. And so again, in Minneapolis, we kind of have a special thing here. So I really feel like just not to discourage those folks who think that they have to go to LA to get this going. Not that it's a negative thing. It's the epicenter of all of what we're talking about.
Right. And I have the same. Oh, go ahead. Well,
Go ahead,
Will. Sorry.
Speaking to Ken's point too, I mean, at the end of the day, you can have as much success as you want, but you have to also be okay with where you're living and where you're raising your kids. And be okay with a creative. Okay, I don't have children yet, but it's something that I'm considering. It's like, what school district do you want to send your kids to? Do you want to send them to the Los Angeles school district, or do you want to send them to school in a hometown close to family? And I think those decisions have to play into geography as well. And composers, Ken, we have outstanding work-life balance 100% of the time, don't we, as composers? Hardly. That's definitely not the case. And so don't make those other parts of your life, like family and that balance, fall to the wayside. And I think sometimes, not universally, but sometimes there's a culture that if you're not living in a place you feel good about, where those things can begin to fall to the wayside as well.
Right. And I think you make a really good point, both of you, about how you can communicate today without actually being physically present, where all the industry is and so on. I've been able to forge a practice in entertainment litigation from Minneapolis. That's pretty unusual, for lawyers. But you can do things anywhere. So this kind of dovetails into the next question. How do you promote yourself, given that you're not, film and television in LA and maybe New York? What are you doing? Ken, you spoke a little to that.
Yeah, I want to hear
the cachet of playing with.
I want to hear how Will does it, because I'm here to learn.
Yeah, join the club. We got
me too.
Yeah, that's the universal problem, because as soon as you think the client base is there, it's like you'll have a quiet period, and then you have to go back to doing outreach. That is the nature of being a contract worker or a freelance worker in some instances. I think it's a balance between doing outreach, and when I say outreach, this is a clear delineation that I really want to make. Do outreach. Okay, again, now is the worst historical moment for me to be a proponent of this, but in a safe way, try to meet people face to face. And again, I'm suggesting this after COVID, after we've returned to some sense of normalcy, because one thing that I caught myself doing a lot at the beginning of my career was getting stuck behind the computer. And there's kind of a hierarchy to how to make a memorable impression on someone that you meet. The worst possible way is to send a cold email. A slightly stronger way is to have a phone conversation. But the way that's going to make a mark and make an impression that's lasting is to, again, respecting social distancing right now, shake that person's hand, have some sort of dialogue and establish creative chemistry. That's what's going to make them remember you. And I think that it's really easy when you're trying to promote yourself and promote your services or promote your business to get stuck behind the computer. And that's not going to have a lasting impression. And the success rate for doing things like sending cold emails is incredibly low. So creating new relationships and doing outreach, that's been huge for me, both here and in Los Angeles. And secondly, I would say, just get out from behind the computer. I think that those have been the best ways to promote my services. And again, I know that sounds generic and maybe even a little bit cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason, because it's been successful for enough folks, and it's worth paying attention to, I think. My dog says hello, by the way.
We have dogs chiming in. My dog is out on the porch, so
the whole pack is here, you guys.
Because otherwise he'd be all over me, licking my face. Okay, so let's move next to I think, Will, you talked about 3 areas that you're involved in. Can you just describe your business model? How you do it, how you bring work in, promote, and where you're focusing your energies on as a businessman, because you are independent, right? Your one-man shop, right?
Yeah, most of us are. I mean, well, I shouldn't say most of us. A lot of us are. I mean, ever since the studio system ended in sort of the mid-1900s, where composers were actually employed by studios, most of us are freelancing contracts. But my business model is kind of based on 3 areas that I mentioned before. The first of which being film, the second of which being commercial music, and the third of which is production music. And I mean, the commercial music and the production music, as budgets continue to shrink, to much of our chagrin, I think the production music is continually playing a larger and larger component. And we've even had a couple of developments that are somewhat challenging to deal with from the standpoint that there's something called a demo fee. For those of you that aren't associated with demo fees, when you're pitching for a piece of commercial music, for example, you're often given like a small stipend, and then sort of the carrot at the end of the stick is what's called a win fee. And essentially what that does is, if you get the commercial spot, instead of being paid the demo fee, which is just basically your compensation for sending a demo or sending a pitch, you actually get that win fee. So but the problem becomes is that oftentimes those demo fees, in some instances, not universally, they've started to go away or lessen a little bit. So part of the commercial world is competing with other studios and other composers and fighting for win fees. So that's a portion of what my professional background is. The second part is film music, and I'm going to mention production music last because production music is a pretty complicated and multifaceted thing, especially now as it continues to gain prevalence and steam in the industry. But film music tends to be a lot simpler in the respect, not in terms of execution, but in terms of how the business model works. There's really kind of two different primary subsets of contracts and deals. And Tim, I'm of course going to defer to you because we're starting to approach legal territory, and I don't want to overspeak or overstep myself.
No, not at all. You go right ahead.
Sure. So please interject if I do something inappropriate, like talk about things I don't understand. But basically, there's two primary subsets of deals that happen in the film music world, and one of which is called an all-in or a package deal, where essentially you get handed a pile of cash, sometimes not enough cash to actually hire the musicians, unfortunately, but you get handed a large budget, and it is then your responsibility to hire players, pay for production if you're not producing the score yourself and you need sessions at studios here in town or in other cities, et cetera, et cetera. And then after all of that's done, there has to be enough money left over to pay yourself. And so you kind of end up becoming inevitably an accountant at the same time. It's like, okay, exactly how much money is this player that I've worked with before? How much will that session cost me? How many sessions do I need with that violinist or that drummer? Okay, I know that this is going to be large enough in scope where I'm going to need to hire an orchestrator, because while I'd love to have all that time to write the cues and then get it ready for the players so it's on the pages, I've got to make room for that because the production timeline is too tight. So basically this idea of all-in or package deals is where you're handed a sum of money and then you have to pay yourself and plan for all the production costs. The other type of...
And are you, sorry to interject, you're composing too, right? Or not? Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yep.
So you're getting paid for the writing and the production work.
If there's enough money left over.
Right.
If you plan properly. And that's part of the reason that package deals or all-in deals, you have to be wary of them and you have to be careful of them because you have to know how much money to leave for yourself but still produce a good score. So that's the challenging thing. So the other type of deal is a straight composer's fee, where they say, listen, we're going to pay you to do what you do, and the studio or the hiring entity, if that's a director or a producer, they're going to cover whatever costs are agreed upon. So you have another barrier of financial protection with that type of deal, so to speak. The third part of my business model, again, I'm trying to do the abridged version of this. This is what you get when you're looking at the bookshelf, not actually opening up the books and opening them. And reading them.
Right. Right.
Production music is a little complex, but there are really kind of two worlds of production music. And just so we can define production music really quickly, production music is essentially music that is pre-written and pre-produced and then either ends up in a catalog or it sits on your hard drive in your studio as a composer. And then commercial clients, films, television shows, oftentimes reality TV. I promise that almost every single piece of music you heard on the Kardashians was a piece of production music. It was already written or on Survivor, minus the theme song, stuff like that. Oftentimes, those are catalog pulls, right? Music that has already been written. So I'm kind of straddling two worlds, one of which is the micro-licensing world, which we can get more into, and also the traditional royalty garnering world. I still have yet to come up with a great operating term for that, but it's the way we've been doing business for the last, since the 80s and well before then, Lord. But it's the way we've been doing business for a long time. And that's essentially a lot of those deals that I'm doing in sort of the traditional world. A lot of them are exclusive. And there's a lot of different reasons for that. But the one thing to be wary of with an exclusive deal, I would say, in my experience, is one of two things. Number one, either you're receiving a creative fee outright. If they want exclusive rights to it, they're likely going to want to collect the synchronization as well, which is the money that you receive on the front end. Make sure that you're getting paid a creative fee, or if you're not getting paid a creative fee for an exclusive deal in the production music world, my humble suggestion based upon my experience alone would be that that music is then going to a large enough publisher where you're going to have the reach that you need, where you're guaranteed that you're going to get paid on the back end well enough. And I would say you should be participating in the synchronization and the fees that are taking place on the front end then as well. So, I mean, for an exclusive deal for which you're not getting compensated with any kind of creative fee, I can't speak enough to the importance of making sure that it's going to a very aggressive independent publisher, or they sub-publish with large publishers like Universal Production Music or BMG or APM, or some of these folks that have a really large international reach. And so, yeah, in the smallest of possible nutshells, that's my business model right now.
Great. I'll have some follow-up questions, but let's move to Ken for your business model in your work.
Well, for the last 15 years doing all this film and television post-production, I've worked in a facility that has a whole upstairs doing all this visual stuff. So visual effects and editing and compositing and all that. So sort of maybe half of my business comes through osmosis in the place that I work, where people are coming in to finish a commercial, for example, and they'll come to me because I have an audio studio in the same building and they can just go downstairs and talk audio, go upstairs. I also think there's something to that in that if I can work with the visual artist on something, and this is all talking about music that's synced to picture essentially, then I can literally walk upstairs and say, hey, you know, when the spaceship crashes into the building, it used to happen earlier, and I'd written my music so that the thing happened, and then the building crashes, and now the crash happens, and then my music cue happens. What can we do here to figure this out? Do I have to totally change my music cue, or is that something you could change visually? Sort of that back and forth between the visual portion and the audio. But in that, maybe half the stuff I get comes through sort of the place that I work. And then the other half comes just from word of mouth and people that have worked with me over time, or people that have just heard about me recently. Right now, I don't have a website and I feel like I should, just sort of so you can see what I do. There's a website at work so you can see work I've worked on, but I need to put that together, and I would recommend anyone who's doing stuff like this do that. Because if I hear about some person who makes music and I'm interested in that person, or I want to see if I'm interested in that person, I want to see their body of work, see what the kind of stuff they do. And you can find my work online if you want to find it. It's not hard to find. And that's definitely, people generally are going to want to see what you have done before they have you do something. It's complicated when you start because you haven't done that much. So, you know, they're like, well, what have you done in the car commercial world? And you're like, well, I haven't done a car commercial yet, but I would love to. So that can be hard. But so my stuff comes from a couple different sources, and one is through my film and television post-production world that I work in. And then the other is just through talking to people, meeting people. And again, most of that for me happens in that I'm performing with various people in town, great bands. And that's where I'm sort of meeting people. And then somebody might mention, yeah, that guy writes for film too. And then somebody may come to me for a question about composing or something like that. But my business model for the last, as I get older and lazier, has more and more been that people come to me because of my existing catalog, you know, the kind of things I've done. But again, I'd love to stretch. I always love to stretch musically, and I would love to do something unlike anything I've ever done before. But nobody's really going to come to me to ask me to do that because they're going to look at what I do and assume that's my wheelhouse. So that's where I'm going to have to say, I'm going to have to hear there's a film being made and it's this kind of thing and they're looking for this kind of thing. And I'd have to go pitch myself then at that point, because people generally aren't going to come to you for something that's not in what you're known for doing. And in the beginning, it's really hard to just be known for doing anything if you're just getting into the game. But that's the classic situation. You can't be a bartender until you have bartending experience. So that's where you become a bar back. And that's where in the music world, you got to find a way in. And it's really about wanting it so bad and not just waiting for someone to come to you to ask you to score your first film. It's to go find out who's scoring films and seeing if they want any help or if they want you to shovel or walk, whatever it is that gets you there, because this stuff doesn't just come to you. And I do talk to a lot of students that go to the schools in town, because I know most of the teachers that teach these classes and they like to bring students to me. And I got a whole spiel about how just getting a degree, for example, in post-production doesn't mean you're going to get hired then to be a post-production person. You have to be a go-getter. And I often give the example of just like the way I hired my first guy was to ask all the schools in town, show me your most amazing people you've worked with in the last couple of years. I got a short list, and I went through that and called a few people and hired one person. It's not just because you have the degree. Although I love the fact that this person went to school and had the degree, because that meant they already have shown that they can show up on time and they can pursue things. There's something to that. But it's a combination of what you've learned from school stuff and also just what have you done? What's your reel look like? What do you have to show me of stuff you can do?
Right.
So it's a big part.
Yeah, and the same is true for lawyers. People say, what have you worked on? Who have you worked with, and so on and so forth. So let's switch gears a little bit and talk about the deals directly, the actual licensing and in the contracts that you're signing. I'm going to start by just going through a little bit of what I do, and my practice, because I'm a copyright expert, a litigator, and so on. I've actually gotten a lot of legacy artist work where I'm representing, and this is public record, Kool and the Gang and some other major artists because of copyright termination, where they can get their rights back after 35 years. And then also some young, developing artists or artists that have hit. And so what I get involved with a lot is licensing existing catalog, pre-existing songs, hit songs, for commercials, for film, and for television, which I think is a little different from what you guys do. But I'm negotiating synchronization licenses. For example, I helped Martin Zeller license the Zamboni song for a MasterCard commercial in Canada dealing with hockey. I just worked on a sync license that included a sample use of Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend for a remake for the Suicide Squad sequel. And so what we deal with primarily, there's no transfer of copyright, right? It's a license. It may be exclusive as to product or not. If there are territory and media restrictions, we talk about options and, of course, the licensing fee. Talk a little bit about, I'll start with Will, the deals that you're striking, like the all-in deal. It's a work for hire, correct?
Always.
Always a work for hire.
Well, and again, I shouldn't say always like it's the rule of thumb. That has been my experience. There's been one instance in which there was a small, a film I care about very much, but it was a small independent short that I did. And because of the budget, it was an incredible film. It was a period piece. They had planes. It was a discussion of World War II and underage enlistment. But the budget for post-production and music was small enough by the time it was all said and done that I didn't feel comfortable giving the rights away to my music. So it could be repurposed later. So technically, I guess that would still constitute a work for hire agreement. But more often than not, it's work for hire in which you are granting perpetual and exclusive rights to the hiring entity. Right.
And are you're retaining, though, any public performance income? You do get writer's share royalties from your PRO?
Yes, absolutely. And I think, again, that is something really important for people that are just kind of dipping their toe into this part of the music world, is the importance of really emphasizing keep your writer's rights. I mean, even if someone is buying you out and they're collecting the right for synchronization, either in terms of a fee or just syncing it with the picture, keep your writer's share, because you never know what's going to hit, and that could result in an incredible loss of income and a missed opportunity, financially speaking.
Right. Ken, how about to you, speak to the types of deals, exclusivity, work for hire, residual royalties, writer's share royalties.
Well, for the layman's in the house like me that start to glaze over a little bit when you hear the legal terminology, if you write a piece of music, there's two things that you can own. One is the writer and one is the publishing. And those are these two things that you have that are sort of things you can grant to other people in deals. And when people buy a piece of music from you, this exclusive thing that we're talking about means that no one else can use that piece of music. They get to use that piece of music in perpetuity, or whatever your deal is. You can also sign over a piece of music exclusively, but only for 2 years, and then it's yours again to use. You have the right to determine all those things, and it's one of the few bargaining chips that you have as a musician on the front end when you're working with your music before to make some money. And oftentimes a situation will arrive where somebody wants to use a piece of my music, but they don't have a lot of money. In fact, that happens every day. And so when that happens, one thing you can do is say, well, I'll let you use it for this commercial, but only this commercial, no future commercials, and you can use it for 1 year, and that's it. And if it's a successful commercial and a year passes and you love it and you still want to do it, you got to come back to me and you got to relicense. This is this is sort of the only bargaining chip you have, because once you've given away your music, you've given away your music. And people often, and again, on occasion, you're going to want to give your music for next to nothing because you just feel like it's worth it. This comes back to those people that are just starting and looking for a resume and something that's, something that is going to get seen by a lot of people, and they want to use your piece of music, but they're only offering you some outrageously small amount. It's your right to take that small amount of money if that's what you want, or actually if that's what you feel like it's worth getting your material out in front of others. Because the next day you're going to say, well, my music's been used in whatever it is that we just talked about. You don't have to tell them that they paid you a paltry sum of money for it, but now you've got sort of that's a resume thing. As you progress writing music, you're going to learn to use those things sort of as your leverage as you sell your music, because you can sell and I've seen in music libraries the same piece of music sold for $250 and $25,000. The exact same piece of music. It happens all the time. It just depends on who's using it, what they want to use it for, what the terms are, and what sort of leverage you have. If they have been temping your music into a piece and they're just loving it and they can't find anything that feels like the way that your piece of music made them feel, then you have that leverage. If you're trying to get them to take this piece of music but they really like this really expensive piece of music and you offer it for a better deal, this is another part. But there is some understanding stuff that I'm still understanding slowly in my life about how one registers a piece of music in both publishing and in writing, and then how you keep track of that in ASCAP or BMI, something that these other two guys probably would speak to much better than I do. But I understand it enough to know that it's important to understand how that works. And when you create music that you intend to sell, it's very important to figure out how to register your music as a publisher and as a writer. And then as soon as that's happened and somebody wants to license the music, when you hear the term license your music, it just means they want to use your song, and then you're determining the parameters in which they can use it. If I make a music for a commercial and it's a 15-second commercial and it goes on the air, and then they make 6 more 15-second commercials and they use my music again, that's because I didn't make it very clear in my deal with them that this is for this commercial and only this commercial. If they want to pay me more money and say, we're going to make 3 more after this, and we would like to use your music for the next 3 years, you can license it to them to use in any way they want for 3 years. You can determine what that license is. That's up to you. And it can have all kinds of caveats. Tim would be a guy that you'd call if you want to make it all kinds of complicated. But that is how that works. Or it can be as simple as, on a piece of paper, you've had them sign a thing that says you can use this piece of music for your commercial for 1 year, strictly for this commercial, and then that's it. And then they sign it and you're done. And then they've licensed your piece of music for a year. So it can be very simple. It can be very complicated. But I just know that when I start hearing in perpetuity and buyouts and all this stuff, it can sound complicated. It's not as complicated as it sounds, but you do have to have a rudimentary understanding in the beginning about how to license a piece of music you've made, either through a lawyer or you can just do it yourself. I do it myself. And sometimes I don't get around to it, which is really stupid because I just should license everything I write. I literally sometimes don't, and I don't make the extra money that would have come in had I done that, which is why sometimes too, there's the other side of it, which is you can find a person who does this for you and maybe takes a percentage of the thing. And I've often thought now in my older age that a percentage of nothing that I made because I never even registered the damn thing. Had I had to pay somebody 20% for it, I would have made 80% of that money that I just never even made. So it's important to figure out and learn how to do this if you're starting to put your music out there into the world to be licensed. Have a good grasp of how that works. We're not going to be able to cover all that in this today's conversation, but there's a lot of information out there. A guy like Tim's a guy who can definitely help you to figure that stuff out. And it's important.
So what we're talking about is performing rights societies, ASCAP, BMI, CSAC, GMR. There's also Sound Exchange for digital sound recording featured artist royalties. And so just understanding where money comes from. And of course, we don't have time. In fact, the people I use is the Brabeck brothers, Todd and Jeff Brabeck, Music, Money, and Success. And it tells you how music makes money and how to collect that money. And then also to your point on licensing, with copyright, the old saying is copyright's like a bundle of sticks. You take out a stick and you give it to somebody, and you may give it to them or you may license and take it back. And so there's many permutations to any license. I'm going to make a movie in Japanese, shot in Alaska, based on your book, and that's it. You can slice and dice copyright however you want. And I think to your point about the difference in fees, one of the explanations may be just the use. What rights were granted to use the music? Was it a single commercial on the radio in a small region of North Dakota, or was it a national campaign, with a huge advertising agency? And that will dictate, that'll dictate the fee. We are getting close to running out of time, but I just wanted to, if you could both comment briefly on the differences of your deals in film, television, if it applies, and then also commercials, like being hired to write a jingle for a commercial. Just maybe comment on your experience and the types of deals you're doing, and working with advertising agencies. I mean, how does that work in your business? And I'll start with you.
Sure. It's a really multifaceted question, and with the time we've got left, I'll try to kind of give you the subtitled version. So again, kind of in the film world, oftentimes it's exclusive. It's a buyout, meaning that the person that hired you owns the music, right? And the interesting thing is that unless you're working on a large studio feature, the money and the returns oftentimes tends to be better in commercial work. That's definitely the trends I've been noticing. There was a funny quote, I can't remember for the life of me the composer that said it, but they say, I work in commercials to support my film habit. And it's kind of this idea that films can be very creatively gratifying, but maybe if it's not a large motion picture studio that's producing the film or putting on the production, the money might not be as good. So there's that to be considerate of too. So it's tricky because in some respects, the film deals that I'm striking in that part of my career tend to be, how do I put this? They tend to be more limiting in terms of the rights that they're asking for, and the payout doesn't tend to be as high. That's been my experience thus far. In the commercial world, oftentimes they do want to do buyouts because they don't want to have to navigate paying you royalties after the production is done. They're just like, we want to pay you X amount of money to use this 30-second clip forever and ever and ever, amen. And we don't have to worry about payouts or filing Q sheets so that you can get your royalties. Again, it sounds complicated because it is, right? They want to avoid all of that headache, and therefore they'll just offer you a buyout fee. Again,
I apologize. I'm getting a note that said, share your final thoughts, please, 2-minute warning. So Ken, I'll give you the last word, and then we'll wrap it up. I apologize, Will.
No, not at all.
I would just say
we could talk for another 2 hours, I'm sure.
Yeah, this is an ongoing conversation. And I know myself, I'm available and easy to find if people have specific questions. Again, keep in mind, I'm more the layman person. Tim would be the guy to call with very specific questions, but overarching questions, I'm always around and available to help local people who are trying to figure things out. And in that world of people, the buyout concept, I would just say, the leverage you have is that the buyout should cost them a little more money because you're saving them the time and
Absolutely.
effort of having to pay attention to the fact that, oh no, it's been a year, we have to relicense or whatever it is and renegotiate all that stuff. So you're doing them a service by giving them an in perpetuity or whatever it is license. And so it's going to cost more money. And if they don't, you're like, no, it's no problem, but you can only have it for 2 years. And then suddenly they find more money. It's there's not a lot of leverage in the world of music and selling music. This is where the leverage exists. So just wanted to throw that out.
Exactly. Well, I thank you both for the presentation today and great thoughts, and look forward to talking to you more about these issues. And I think I've been told we're going to wrap it up. So thank you, Minnesota Music Coalition, for having us as this presentation. Thank you both.
All right.
Thank you. Take care, gents.
Right. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm just going to read off this group agreement really quick as we are waiting for everybody to get in. So, together, we will hold each other accountable, listen for understanding, acknowledge our own privilege within the intersections of racists, navalists, classists, sexists, misogynists, homophobic, and transphobic society. Recognize the space we take up and or hold because of this privilege. Center this voice of Black people, Indigenous people, and people of color that choose to share in this space. Own our mistakes, our intentions, and our impacts. Respect each other's experiences, speak honestly and from our own experience, appreciate silence and processing time, and exercise self-care. So hello, everybody. I'm going to introduce everybody that is on the panel. So we've got Grace Hall, we've got Chris Reimenschneider, and we have David Safar. And I am Anastasia Ellis. I am part of Mav House, and I'm going to let everybody else on Mav House introduce themselves.
Yeah, so this panel was put together by the student-run record label on campus over at MSU Mankato. My name is Jacob Urkel. I'm the president, and I'll toss it off to the other three, and they can continue the introductions. Whoever wants to go.
Hi, I'm Julie Tonsager. I'm Cassidy.
And I'm Will.
Now that we have the intros done, we'll start getting through some of these questions here. Again, thank you to all the panelists for being here, and thank you to everyone who's tuning in today. Is the volume good from our end?
Yeah,
Can everybody hear us?
we're
All
like
right.
sharing a microphone right now.
Yeah.
So
Sweet. All right. So, Annie, you want to start it out?
yes, I will, as soon as my questions stop being all weird. All right, so my question for all of you guys, what brought you guys to Minnesota, and where did you get started in the music business?
Let's go with Grace. You can start it out.
Sure. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Great. So I'm originally from Fargo, North Dakota, and I moved to St. Paul in 2010 to attend McNally Smith for a degree in music business.
Gotcha. And you studied underneath the same professor that all of the interviewers today did, Professor Laguerre, yeah?
Absolutely, yeah.
Great. So, Chris, you want to give us a little backstory?
Yeah, I grew up here in East St. Paul, but I got my start. I went to college and actually my last couple years of high school in Austin, Texas. The only way I'd be stupid enough to move from Austin, Texas back to Minnesota would to be from here. And I specifically, I work for the newspaper in Austin, covering the music scene down there, which is a great music scene, but very different from the Twin Cities. And I got hired by the Star Tribune to come up here and basically cover the local scene here.
Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, David.
I grew up in the Twin Cities as well. I got into radio, though, when I went to college. I went to the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque, and the campus radio station there was professionally run, but had students kind of behind the scenes. It was a mixed format station, and from there I got the radio bug. And when I ended up transferring back up to the University of Minnesota, I landed at Radio K, and because of the community here, have stuck around.
Great.
So, Chris, you said you spent a lot of time in Austin. Why did you stay in Minnesota? What motivated you to come back? And I guess all of you can speak to what makes Minnesota a great spot to start a music career, and what makes us different than other cities.
Well, me specifically, what got me here was Star Tribune was a much better newspaper to work for than the one in Austin. which has actually proven to be all the more true in recent as the newspaper industry has completely nosedived, just like the music industry over the past 2 decades. The Star Tribune's been a really solid. We've got a good local readership here, dedicated readers, and as newspapers go, we're doing pretty well. So it really was mainly about working for a bigger, better newspaper. But at the same time, because I grew up in Minneapolis, I was a big fan of all the bands. I grew up in the era of the Replacements and Babes in Toyland and Soul Asylum and Husker Du, and I was so into the music here anyway. So that was obviously a big draw too. So best of both worlds, great music scene and a good newspaper to work for.
Who'd like to go next? How about we do David?
Yeah, I mean, I landed at the Current in 2006, shortly after the station had launched, and at the time, this idea of non-commercial music formats that play music exclusively and have, this idea of a playlist-driven programming, it was kind of an experiment, and I wasn't sure how long it would last or what the future would be, but this music community, I think, is what makes things like the Current and the publications we have and the venues we have possible because of the strength of it, despite our size not being the largest market. So certainly over the years, there's the attractiveness of other markets where there's more of a creative economy, more of an industry. But because of the success of the Current, really through the support of our listenership and through this community, I've stuck around, and I'm happy that I have. Not to date myself, but I grew up going to Central High School, and at a time when Atmosphere and the hip hop scene was emerging in a different way, and was kind of breaking out of the Twin Cities along with the punk scene. And I've been able to carry that experience into this role and into the Current. So it's been extremely rewarding, and I rarely look elsewhere.
Sweet.
And then Grace?
Yeah, I love the music scene here. We have lots of venues, lots of local talent. There is a strong demand for live music, and it's a small enough scene that it's well connected and friendly, but big enough that there are still lots of opportunities.
Absolutely.
Yeah. For my question, I guess with possibly like the current membership being down, and then many venues are closed right now because of the pandemic, like First Ave. What opportunities are available during the pandemic as the Minnesota industry rebounds after the pandemic? And what are some optimistic things to consider about the pandemic, I guess?
I can jump in there and just say, I think this experience that we're having today is part of the opportunity. Taking things from our community and putting them in the virtual space actually gives us this sort of increased collective IQ when it comes to creating media and reaching audiences and helping elevate artists. I'm sure that I don't know how many attendees are on this webinar today, but if we had an artist who we wanted to support and we put their Venmo or fundraising effort into the chat, I'm sure you would see people raise their hands, stand up, and show their support. And I think that's the opportunity on a really local level to get organic growth within our community for artists who maybe wouldn't have the chance to play in a venue yet, but can get onto platforms like this right now. I'm incredibly optimistic about the future, somewhat maybe naively so. I think that we get through this and we'll be a stronger community on the other side. And I think we all need to keep in mind that we need to stay connected to artists. The music is the currency of this business. Without the music, we wouldn't have any of our roles, right? And the best thing we can do right now is continue to connect artists to audiences on whatever platforms we have, whether that's on an individual personal level or within our professional roles.
I'll jump in, Grace. I'm not quite as optimistic. I mean, I am once we get past this, and there's just so many unknowns right now, and it's bad. I mean, it's bad in the music industry right now. I mean, these clubs are hurting. The bands, the musicians are hurting. There's no revenue. The business just came to an abrupt halt, and it's not tragic in light of other recent tragedies. But it's bad, and so maybe coming out of that, I mean, maybe we're going to all learn a lot of lessons from this. Maybe people are, when we get out of this, people are going to appreciate live music more. I certainly can see that. And Grace can speak to the booking somewhat, but I'm seeing all the shows that have been canceled over the past 3 months, they're all lined up now in like October, September 2021. We're going to have a hell of a run there, but we got to get there first. In the meantime, I guess the only bit of optimism I see is I think for musicians, I think a lot of them are, perhaps for lack of nothing better to do, are hopefully enjoying a great creative burst. They're stuck at home, and I hope writing the best songs of our generation. With all the dramatic things going on, it's certainly an amazing time to be an artist. For kids that want to get into the music business, look for the opportunities right now, which nobody's hiring or anything, but there's people are wondering what's going to come next, and it's still an unknown. Well, maybe some of the kids out there can answer what's going to come next. Like in terms of this, all the musicians are doing these live streaming from home, which is great, and God love them for doing it. But quality wise, it's just not very good stuff. It doesn't sound good. It doesn't look good. I hate to put it down, and God love them and keep doing it. We hope they all keep doing it. It's better than nothing, and we hope that some of them are making some revenue off of it, a little bit of shadow what they're used to making. But I wish some of these musicians would hook up with film students or engineering sound kids who want to learn how to mix audio for the internet or something. Make these things better. Last night I went to the Hook and Ladder here in Minneapolis, which miraculously survived all the damage around East Lake Street. They have this thing called the Hook Stream, which it's going to be live stream concerts. And they had a real film crew. They had just, someone running sound for the venue and someone running sound for mixing for online. And it made a huge difference. So I hope there's maybe some opportunity in doing that with other musicians and other venues and figuring out how to do this live streaming thing better in the meantime, till we finally get to where we can all go back to rocking out together again in person. So.
Yeah, I think I maybe fall kind of in the middle between your levels of optimism for the future here. It's definitely a challenging time for the entire industry. It's cool to see the live streams and artists getting creative with how they're connecting with their fans. I know a lot of artists are writing right now, which is great. Any way you can kind of take this, if you have extra time right now, and put that towards maybe parts of your career that you've been putting off, or just reaching out and keeping in touch with your network, things like that. As far as the future, what makes me optimistic is that the desire for live music is still so strong. People have been so vocal about that. And I think it just goes to show how it's such an important piece to our happiness and our sense of community. So once we're safely able to all get back out there, I think that's going to be a really exciting time.
Well, great. I'm gonna toss in a little extra question here because we're speeding along a little faster than I expected. So, Chris, you mentioned how all of those live shows are being kind of pushed off to that, September, October kind of area. Should
of next year?
Next year,
not this year.
Yeah. Should younger and more developing artists be worried about trying to release music or play shows right when the whole quarantine lifts because of oversaturation?
That's a good question. I think right now there's kind of a shortage of stuff because a lot of people have been putting off releasing, and it's more the bigger artists that where they don't, nobody makes money off records. They make money off the touring. Well, if you're not going to make a lot of money off touring anyways, then there's no reason not to release your music right now. People are hungry for stuff to listen to, new things to listen to. A lot of people have been releasing stuff, and in lieu of trying to sell it themselves, they've been releasing songs as fundraisers for Black Visions Collective or various relief efforts along Lake Street or just general quarantine health funds. So putting out music now, I think is a great idea. I don't know if they should put it off. Yeah, I don't know. The other two might have opinion on that.
Sure. Do either you guys want to weigh in on that question?
Yeah, I mean, from a booking standpoint, the oversaturation is going to be a challenge, just as far as finding availability in venue calendars once things kind of start back up. But yeah, I hope that doesn't deter anyone from pushing forward and working on getting their music out there.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that with or without a pandemic environment, it's not always a great time to be a new artist trying to break out there and to break into the spotlight. And if you've chosen music as your vocation or your calling in life, chances are it's plan A, right? And you got to stick with plan A, and you have to continue on, and releasing music is part of that. How you release it and what your strategy is in terms of reaching people or getting an audience is definitely changing, and that might be a change that even when we get out of the pandemic environment continues. It's yet to be told what happens. The last major disruption, last two major disruptions in the music industry, the economy crashing, over a decade ago, and before that, the emergence of file sharing systems, those disruptions had lasting effects, some of them with positive outcomes for artists, not all of them though. And I think that we'll see another shift to come out of this. I'm not one to predict what it will be, but there will be one.
All right, thanks for weighing in on that one. Appreciate that.
So I'm going to ask the next question, but I have a little something to say beforehand. So my name is Anastasia Ellis, once again, and I was brought on here as a mediator for this panel about 10 days ago. I was asked to be a part of this panel because there wasn't a person of color on this panel, let alone was there a lot of people of color amongst the other panels that are going on today and happened yesterday. I did not coordinate this panel. I also am not a recent graduate of Minnesota State University Mankato. I graduated last year. And also I only was with this record label for a semester. I am what is called a token. And this isn't the first time that MMC or MNSU Mankato has used a person of color as a token to create the appearance of diversity. And as the only person of color here on this panel, these are my two questions. How is the Minnesota music industry working to promote racial equality? And how can we represent people of color without making them into a token?
Thank you for sharing that. I think the increased awareness and the discussions around this is really important. I think we all need to be working towards equal representation in our work, whether that's booking, music reviews, radio play, across the board. And we all need to be more intentional about expanding our own circles and creating a more inclusive environment.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, I think that the thing that we need is accountability and ability to hold each other accountable through conversations like this. And then, you know, this has been said before, so what I'm saying isn't new, but you know, we just all need to do better, right? And we need to do better faster and more immediately and with more intentionality and to be honest, with more education and higher IQs around all of these things. And it goes across the board.
Yeah, you know, I think and getting back to things that to be optimistic about right now. I mean, I've already seen some, you know, online and which none of us can talk in person these days, so it's all been online. But I've seen some conversations already happening of what everyone can do better. You know, I don't want to. I don't know if we somewhat took the idea of being inclusive. Maybe we didn't think about it hard enough because I think we have a pretty diverse in terms of musicians and the artists that are celebrated here. We have a pretty diverse, you know, music scene. You know, can we be more inclusive? Of course. You know, when Prince is your biggest artist, you know, Prince dominates. But well, I mean, that's, you know, Prince and Lizzo for that matter. You know, you can't if there is some kind of quota we're supposed to fill. I mean, God, you know, how do you compete with that? So beyond the big names, I think obviously we can all do a much better job of digging into the scene and being more inclusive. You know, there's so much talent that it hasn't been all that hard, but we got to work harder. I mean, it hasn't been that harder to in terms of the stuff I write. You know, I think it is pretty diverse, but it could be much better for sure.
Going off of what you were just saying, so you were saying that like Minnesota is pretty diverse in the music scene as it is right now. Now, are you saying that as like somebody that is in the Twin Cities? Or are you saying that like as somebody that lives anywhere in Minnesota?
Yeah, I am. I guess I am speaking specifically of the Twin Cities. Yeah.
Because like in my experience, like especially going to Mankato and starting and performing down there, like it was really hard because, you know, most people, they want to listen to rock or country music, or even just being a person of color on stage, not even mattering what I'm singing can sometimes just, you know, nobody really wants to like, you know, pay attention to that. If it's okay, I would like to add my own answer to this question, if that's all right.
Yeah, please.
So anyways, I think that any business can help by diversifying itself is to make it intentional and not an afterthought. If any organization or college is trying to bring in more diversity, it should be the first thing thought about when doing so. And when you bring in that diversity, you make sure that you're using those people's ideas and their knowledge and their input. Diversity is not just about making a business look inclusive. It's about bringing in ideas from people with different cultures and backgrounds and experiences. Also, you should know when it's appropriate to ask a person of color to be in your business. For instance, with, you know, you shouldn't hire and reach out to a Black person because there's a Black revolution going on, and, you know, that doesn't look or feel genuine. Why would you say that you are so about diversity, but then not be able to show it? You know, that should be something that is there, that is always there. That is something that you care about. You know, I can expect that a lot of businesses right now are probably scouting out people of color to appear that they are helping the cause. But you should be bringing in people of color because they deserve it and they worked for that. and not for your business's own benefit. Like, my skin is not your benefit. And I want to thank you guys for letting me talk about this. Everybody that is here on this right now, because I am taking away from my friends' time. I'm taking away from this panel's time to talk about, you guys came on here to talk about, the music industry and like the music industry in Minnesota. And so I just thank you guys for letting me be able.
Well, thank you for bringing it up and for talking about it. And I think all of us will listen. I mean, people can reach out to us anytime and share their ideas with us and how to make things better. And we're all for it.
Yeah, and this has to be part of the conversation. So thank you for bringing it up.
Cassidy's next.
I believe it's my turn. So kind of looking forward, I'm a recent graduate at MSU. I just graduated this semester, so I'm excited about that.
Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also kind of nervous because I'm trying to get out there, get into the music scene. So I guess my question is, where should people like me, college students, or young people, where should we start to look for our career right now, especially with the pandemic? What would you guys recommend?
It's tough to say right now. I mean, people are most people are doing cuts right now, not hiring. So yeah, I feel for anybody that's coming out of school right now. As I say, when we're past the pandemic, hopefully there is going to be a burst of activity, and hopefully people will be able to get jobs. I mean, it really kind of needs to start in college, that you start trying, looking for internships, looking for just, I mean, it sounds cheesy, but I think being on the old street team method of doing some work for certain bands, I've seen that pay off for people who are in the music business now. Under normal times, there are internships to get that can be beneficial. The sector, and this would be more for Grace to talk to, but the sector of the industry that has been making money has been the concert industry. So that's, if you're going to go and start knocking on doors, I'd say that's where to start. Not in the immediate future, but once the pandemic's over, I think there's a lot of, that's really where the future lies, is in touring and not necessarily just on the club level, but being a part of bands touring on some, the tour production or tour management. And it may just start with, once bands get to performing again, trying to help out the bands as they play shows. It's if nothing else, that's a place to start. That's all I am.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult question in regards to the pandemic. So I'll kind of just speak to post-pandemic too, that internships, any volunteer opportunities, if you're able to kind of diversify your skill set and try different things, see what's a good fit for you, that's great. I'd love to give a shout out to the Cedar Cultural Center. Has a great volunteer program. That was a great kind of foot in the door for me. You're able to get some experience, attend free shows, and meet a lot of different people.
Yeah, I don't know if this will be helpful, but I've said this before and when I've spoken to groups of students, but one of the things that you can do just without even leaving your couch is start reading the trades. I know that it sounds like a weird recommendation because it doesn't feel like you're taking that action step, but starting to grasp the vocabulary of the music business, I think is really key, because once you do that, when you do get those first opportunities, you're just going to be that better equipped to have conversations, whether it's even just having an understanding of the fact that artists do make the majority of their money off of touring, and that the sales of live music isn't going to support necessarily someone's career unless they have, you know, a really, really big audience. So find the trades and read them. They're not they're not the greatest read, and a lot of the industry news won't make sense to you. But getting a sense of what people talk about is part of entering the conversation. If it's live music, going to Polestar. If it's just general music industry, entertainment stuff, Billboard, reading music reviews, getting to know who the critics are, and then understanding, you know, that the gatekeepers are temporary, right? And then thinking about how you do it yourself. And in this environment right now, actually, as a person who's exiting, you know, either an education program or just, you know, coming to that first step of your career, there's more access today than ever on how-tos. When one of my first jobs after Radio K was working in the basement of the Electric Fetus. They had a one-stop where you used to have these regional record stores that would be the distribution hubs for other small record stores that couldn't buy direct from the suppliers. So one of my jobs was to, you know, call these really small record stores around the state and see what they needed, and we would ship it out of the Fetus to them. Now you have distribution hubs that are digital that can go global, and the how-to videos on how to use those platforms are on their websites. That's a huge difference from just 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago. So whether you're interested in, you know, releasing music, or whether you're interested in music production, or whether you're interested in, you know, figuring out how to do ticketing, you can do a lot of those things in this environment. Or at least you can learn how to do those things and understand what those platforms and tools are. And that, I know it feels like an investment in time where there's not a lot of immediate return, but that's a big opportunity right now. I also say that speaking from someone who came from, you know, kind of a DIY radio environment, college radio, and a DIY venue that I worked for many years, and then independent radio stores. But I think what makes the Twin Cities special is that we do have a spirit of independence around our music and arts community, and that so much of it is DIY because we're not in a major, you know, metropolitan market like Los Angeles or New York, where the industry, you know, with a capital I, is there, and that we have to break into that. You can actually pave your own path in this community. The other thing that I really want to emphasize is that community aspect. Get involved in a community. Get into the artistic community in whatever authentic way you can and be part of it. That will follow you throughout your career. If you if you create a network or join a network of people now, those people you will follow those people in the years to come. In fact, as I get farther and deeper into it, I find I miss that part of it, even though I'm still part of it. That sort of those first steps in terms of building community. So I would encourage you to do that. And I know that's hard in these spaces where you can't go to venues and you can't support other people's shows, but you can still support artists. And if you're an artist, you can still collaborate with other artists and meet those who want to help you, whether it's creating artwork for your releases or just what you know, writing about each other's music. I mean, a lot of the blog culture came from people writing about each other's music because they weren't getting the attention yet that they thought they should be getting. So.
Yeah, picking up on a little what David said, you know, we're talking about how much the technology has changed. I mean, I just kind of generally speaking, I think being a tech geek and learning the technology of the music industry, whatever part of it you want to go into, is a way to go. I mean, there's, you know, us Gen Xers we're kind of the cutoff of not understanding a lot of what's going on internet wise these days. There's so many, and what I was talking about, the live, you know, maybe there's opportunity in figuring out a lot better live streaming. I mean, I think just being a tech geek is an important part of any part of the music industry these days. Another bit of a kind of general advice I always give is don't be a music snob, which we all of us music fans can tend to be. An example I give, which I think college students are not too young. If you remember Owl City,
of course,
Owatonna down there. There was an intern at the other newspaper in the Twin Cities when that story was breaking. Who he refused to write that story of this teen, or I guess what was he, like 20 at the time, when he had a #1 hit. I mean, how could you not want to write that story, even if the song was the cheesiest thing you've ever heard? I mean, what a story! What a great story to write, and there was opportunity in writing that story. So be open, even if you have to work with some music that you're not crazy about. That's going to lead you to maybe working with music that you do feel a lot more passionate about.
Well, thank you. That's going to help me anyway. So
Very helpful all around. So we are getting close to the end of the panel. At this point, I kind of want to reach out to the comments now and say, if anybody viewing the panel has any questions for our fine panelists here, do not hesitate to ask. We do have a good chunk of time left. So anything that comes in, I'll be sure to be watching the chat. I promise I haven't just been staring at my phone because I am bored, because I'm not. I've been watching the chat, I swear.
Sure.
The final question we have for you guys is a simple one, and to hopefully leave us on a positive note here. In closing, we're just looking for what your favorite part of the music industry here in Minnesota is. Just kind of what the coolest thing is for you. What do you love? What makes you want to keep working here in Minnesota? Grace, if you want to start it up, go for it.
Yeah, I think the amount of talent here is just inspiring, and the level of collaboration between artists and between industry professionals is always really great to see. So yeah, it's a very supportive environment, I think.
Yeah, I mean, David and I kind of feed off of Grace. The live music here it's just bonkers how much live music there is, and I think both David and I, being in media organizations, we feed off of that. We feed into that too, but we feed off of that, and there's a lot of music nuts and people that are just nuts for music in this town and love going to see it. It used to be January and February would be a dead time of the year, and that's not the case anymore. Which thankfully this past year I was seeing music right up until in February, right up until things shut down. Otherwise, then I'd really be, wanting to go see live music now. So yeah, it's just there's so much. I mean, that's the Star Tribune. We actually have 2 music critics. We're one of the only, we at this point, except for the New York Times, might be the only newspaper in the country that has 2 music critics on staff, and that's not because we're that great. We are actually 2 of the highest producing writers on staff, but that's because we love it, but it's also because we get good readership numbers. People love reading about music, and the Current does well because people love the eclectic mix that they're spinning off, which is a lot of which, in both our cases, is based off of stuff that's in town or stuff that's coming to town. It just kind of all feeds into each other.
Yeah, I'll just add one thing. I agree with everything that's been said. I mean, it's the kind of collaboration and the sort of barriers that get broken down in this community just between artists, I think, is the start. I know so many artists feel a camaraderie in this community that I don't know if you get in other communities. In fact, sometimes it's toxically competitive in other cities. But people are willing to help each other out. I would just add the word authenticity to our community as one of the highlights, that people who travel through, who see our local artists often talk about the authenticity factor, is that people are on stage who they are off stage, and vice versa. and the creation comes. People are creating music because it is true to their self-expression, not because necessarily they're seeing music as a commodity. And I think that is what makes the Twin Cities really special. I think it's why you have artists like Prince and Lizzo and the Replacements and these groups who've gone well beyond the Twin Cities. And part of what has attracted people to them is they truly were who they were, the music that they made. And I'm not saying that other communities are fake or less authentic. I believe that there's something really special about this community. But of course, obviously, that's why I'm here. you know.
Well, great. That's awesome. So thank you for all the responses. It does look like we are getting just a couple questions here in the live comments from Facebook and YouTube. If the moderators can toss up one of, yeah, perfect, right there.
Here it says, when are small bars, casinos, etc. type venues going to be hiring performers in the Twin Cities?
And I suppose we can probably toss this one to you, Grace, if you have any kind of idea when, at least when your venue is going to start doing stuff like that.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's definitely the $1 million question right now that unfortunately I can't answer.
Sure.
I mean, community safety is most important to us. And
Absolutely.
until we can safely reopen, we're just going to kind of have to wait and see. For a lot of venues, it just doesn't make sense to open at 25% capacity, things like that. So unfortunately, we just don't know yet.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can add talk. You know, the reporting I've done on this it's probably not till next year. I mean, there's small things are starting to pop up here and there. There's kind of some outdoor patio kind of gigs and everything, but I don't think we're going to see real full-time music venues fully operational or even semi-operational until 2021, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm no expert either when it comes to booking, but I would say, what we're seeing is things being rescheduled, which means all the shows that were planned for the last 3 months still want to happen, right? People still want to stop at the Twin Cities. Local bands who had their release parties scheduled still want to have those releases, and that's all going to be pushed off. So there's going to be sort of a crunch for the new. I know a lot of people in the chat right now are people who are taking those first steps. There is going to be a challenge ahead to get past that, but eventually we will. I believe so.
Great. I'm glad for the optimism, even if the optimism is coming next year. I'm sure we can all hold out a wee bit longer. So same guy had another question. Ryan asked, Chris, does the Star Tribune do video for their website to accompany your columns ever when you cover, live shows or entertainment?
The Star Tribune has experimented with video for 15 years, and it's with mixed results. What we more often do is, we'll post videos that other people make, which is kind of why earlier I was talking about, I think bands getting to know film students and getting to work with film people is a great thing. I mean, music videos are still a thing. They're not on MTV, but they're getting shared, or not just music videos. I mean, just live performance clips too. Or it's an important thing to do in the music industry. We don't necessarily make them ourselves at the Star Tribune, although given the circumstances, there are ideas going around of ways to present bands on our website for the virtual performances. So we are starting to experiment with that a little bit, but long term, I don't think there's a lot of video in the future for the Star Tribune, at least in the music coverage.
So I guess to extend the question, does the Current ever do video on their website when you guys talk about new artists or play stuff on the radio for Minnesota artists?
Yeah, our for over 15 years, the Current has hosted sessions in our building, in our studios, and put the music performances on the air. along the way throughout our history, we started shooting video of those performances and including them on our YouTube channel and sometimes on Facebook, and now, posting things to Instagram. But of course, because of the pandemic environment, we're not able to host people in our building right now. So that has slowed down significantly. We've been hosting sessions in the virtual spaces, which, people have talked about on this panel today. But I would echo what's been said. Try to become your own content creator, whether you're doing it yourself or whether you're teaming up with people. That's an opportunity right now.
Great.
Okay, I think we've got one more question here. So what is the most important thing up and coming artists should or should not be doing right now in the current industry environment?
I'll start by just saying, what I said for people trying to get into the music business is find your community. If even though it's harder than ever, probably because of the circumstances we're all under, maybe it's in the virtual spaces and in the digital spaces. Try to find people who will listen to your music, you can share it with. Find those first people who can be, the sounding board for you, and ask yourself what questions you have about being an artist, and then try to get people to answer that question for you and figure out what it means. I think it starts with the self-expression and creation, but there's so much more that then goes into it after that I think finding that community of people who can be your support system is key. And then knowing that, you're joining that community to also be a part of that support mechanism. As to what you should not do, I'm sure we could all think of things people shouldn't do in general, but the minute one of us says, don't do that, someone will do it and it will be a hit. So
Every time.
Yeah. Under normal circumstances, I would point up and coming artists. I point them to the stage. I think especially in the Twin Cities, who gets a buzz is really still largely based off of who's starting to draw or gain a buzz in clubs. That's of course not the situation right now, but I guess in a way I'd still push to trying to create content that can create a buzz. So if there's some kind of clever live video you can do and post on the internet, and I'm amazed how many up and coming bands haven't. Social media is a great tool. I hate it for many reasons, but for up and coming acts, it's a great tool to try to catch on, to try to find your audience. It works. So definitely focus on social media, and until you can get back to trying to gain a live buzz, try to do it on the internet somehow.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. Good time to be making content, making more music, and to be building and expanding your network, your support system. We're still able to reach out to people even without seeing people face to face. And then if you kind of make some new connections now, once we do open back up, that kind of builds some groundwork for more meaningful work connections.
Well, all right. Thank you so much to everybody who tuned in and our three wonderful panelists. Before we wrap up here, if you guys want to plug anything or give your information about where people can reach out to you and continue these kind of discussions, Grace, if you want to just start and we'll run it down the line.
Yeah, I'm always happy to have people reach out to me. My email is grace@first-avenue.com. I would also like to plug quickly the Twin Cities Music Community Trust. It's a relief fund right now for musicians and event gig workers that are out of work. So if that applies to you, please check it out.
Yeah, reach out to me anytime. Email is probably still best. chrisr@startribune.com. I'm on the social media platforms as Chris R. Strib. Where our doors are open, especially now. Honestly, we're looking for stuff to cover and in lieu of live music. So always open.
Yeah, the same here. My email address is dsufar@npr.org. Happy to connect with people, and nothing to promote right now, but just thank you all thanks to everybody who's hosted this panel, and thanks to the MMC, and thanks to everybody who's showed up.
Thank you guys.
Well, everyone, have a great rest of your day. We are perfectly out of time here. So thank you once more. Thank you to everybody
Thanks.
watching. And enjoy the rest of the day of panels and music, my friends.
Thank you.
Thank you.
go. Hello, everyone. My name is Annie. I'm here with Kari, Mike, and John, and we are Annie and the Bang Bang. Thanks to Minnesota Music Coalition for including us on this lovely day.
Gonna get it right this time. Gonna polish it until it shines. You can, but you can't hide. We're watching you from the other side. Gonna get it right this time. Truth is the plague that beheads the lie. You can run, but you can't hide. We're watching you from the other side. Gonna get it right this time. Truth is the plague that beheads the lie. You can run, but you can't hide. We're watching you from the other side.
We are Annie and the Bang Bang. We're here on the set of The Red Shoes, which is a production that was paused because of the pandemic. And we want to thank Open Eye Figure Theater for allowing us to play in their space today. And we want to thank Andrew Mayer for running sound for us. Of course, Minnesota Music Coalition. This next song is called Red Stick Man.
Red stick man stands on little legs. He's my only friend. His mouth looks like a jail. Red stick man has teeth like little claws that go up, down, side to side. In his little jaw, there are things only you can know. I keep to myself what I most wanna show.
Mouth looks like a jail. Red stick man has teeth like little claws that go up, down, side to side in his little jaw. I don't care what the people say. I don't want them to know you like I do anyway.
Happy Father's Day, everyone.
Yeah, happy Father's Day. Be hanging out with Annie and my bang bang on a Sunday. Yes, I will be annoying sometimes when people are tuning their instruments. We hope you're all doing well out there today. I can't wait till we can be back together in the real world, but such is life. Thanks again to Open Eye. We got a few more songs. This song is called Shake the Shaker. You may not be sick, but death will come. Shake the baby, shake the tambourine, shake your phone, shake the rattle. First the whole is small, then the whole is big. Shake the baby, shake the tambourine, shake your phone, shake the rattle. Shake the baby, shake the tambourine, shake your bone, shake the rattle. If your hands are dirty tonight, wipe them on the feet. If your hands are dirty tonight, wipe them on the feet. The tambourine, shake your bones, shake the rattle. First the
shake the rattle. Your hands are dirty tonight. Wipe them on the feet. If your hands are dirty tonight, wipe them on the feet. Shake the tambourine, shake your ball. Shake the rattle. Shake the tambourine, shake your ball. Shake the rattle. Shake, 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 shake. Shake the rattle. Shake, 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 shake. Shake the ball.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Carson.
Good. Again, thanks everybody for being with us here today. We've got a couple of more songs. Kashimana is going to come up after us. And again, we thank the Minnesota Music Coalition for their tireless efforts on behalf of the music community here. After the pandemic hit, they were holding these free webinars about like live streaming and how to sell merch in the time when nobody can get together. And I just really appreciate the efforts they make on behalf of Minnesota musicians. This next song is called Barnar, and we're going to release a video of it pretty soon.
All the girls here wear lipstick and cut their own bangs. They twist the gum around their finger like nothing need ever change. I saw one of them following an ant who was crawling in the grass. She took something out of her pocket. It was a magnifying glass. She bent the light of the sun to her will, burned all the ants in the anthill. I'm so alone, can I please come home? All the girls here wear knee highs and talk shit about their moms. They go on midnight raids and hold seances. The meanest one I found my notebook. She dragged me into the woods. She called on others for the ritual. It was a real tangle of race. They tried to make me read my own poem, but the words are already inside. I know. Mama, I'm so alone. Can I please come home? No.
Thank you. This is our last song. It's called Virus. It feels appropriate for this day and age. Thanks again, everyone. Kashimana is coming up next. We do have a virtual tip jar there. You can see PayPal and Venmo offerings. All proceeds from today go to the musicians. And have a wonderful day. And thanks, everybody.
If you get real low, you can take in the whole show. Rev it up, give it a go. If you need a little more,
fidget on the floor. I wanna see what you're good for. But the dancing with a virus. Get a little bit too cancer. If you low, you can take in the whole show. Is this how you thought it would go? Should I kiss it and make it better? Or do you want me to be clever? Just a dancing with a virus. Get a little bit too cancer. Just a dancing with a virus. Get a little bit too cancer. Too cancer. Too cancer. You can't spread. 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 Have a great day.
Hello, my name is Kashimana, and thank you so much for tuning in to the Minnesota Music Summit. Can you hear me? All right. Woo! Yeah, yeah. Ooh, ooh, yeah. Sun of my life, you are my everything. You nurture my soul, you give me room to grow. I like to bask in your glory, your love is all I need. These are the words of profession. My love, my love, my love is the love of my life. You are my poetry. You stand for what's right. You make it all worthwhile. With you, I can walk down the aisle. Your love is all I need. These are the words of profession. My love, my love, my love, and I swear to you, I'll be true to you. Cause you are the one I've been waiting for. I've been to the minor, now we major. Now I have the clue. I'm ready to pay what to. The sickness and health, riches and the poor. I only got it up for something more. Oh, oh, oh. Sun of my life, your star, so bright. And you love me so well. You shine, and I shine too. Until we get something new. Our love is all we need. These are the words of profession. My love, my love, my love, and I swear to you, I'll be true to you. Cause you're the one I've been waiting for. I've been to the minor, now we major. Now I have a clue. I'm ready to pay what's due. The sickness and health, riches and the poor. I only got it up for something more. Oh, oh, oh. Son of mine, your star, so bright. And you love me so well. You shine, and I shine too. Until we become something new. Our love is all we need. These are the words of profession. My love, my love, my love. Hi, hello, how you doing? Can you hear me pretty well? What's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I just want to say it's been an amazing day listening to all the panelists and to the amazing musicians today, the Lakes, Haldy, Annie and the Bang Bang, and to be part of the lineup today has been amazing. So this next song is I'm going to sing is called I'm Still Breathing. Oh, actually, no, we're going to go somewhere else first. We're going to go to Only Human, and we're gonna go from there. So this uses a looper, so it might sound a little different. Let me know if I need to turn down on the sound. Hey, 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 ah, hey, 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 ah, hey, 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 ah, hey, 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 ah, mm, 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 I can feel the change in my bones. I can feel the glow, this luminescence. Too early to show, but somehow I know, growing cell by cell, into something else. Well, I'm only human, only human, only human. And I'm a mother to now, mother to now, mother to now. Ah, hey, hey, help me out. Hey, 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 ah, hey, 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 ah. I can hear the sound, a new beat in my chest. I can taste the blood, a new life in my womb. Too early to show who's a pot of clay. Euphoria is something else. Well, I'm only human, only human, only human. And I'm a mother to now, mother to now, mother to now. Ah, this is the beginning and I'm feeling like an alien rushing through all my emotions. So excited, terrifying. Will I make the right decision? What the hell is that I'm smelling? My inside the twisted turning with this feel like holy flow. See me laughing, see me crying, see me out of space and finish from Memphis, Holy Ghost. Get real, but now I'm dealing with the fact I'm all up in my feelings. And I'm so far too far from perfect. Hey, but I'm only human. Only human, only human, yeah. And I'm a mother to now, mother to now, mother to now. Ah, hey, 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 ah, hey, 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 ah. Hey, 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 yeah, ah, hey, 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 ah. So that was Only Human about becoming a mother. This next song, I need my capo for it, so I'm gonna pull it out. How you doing out there? If you're getting this, you're hearing this, say what's up, leave a comment. I can't see all the love buttons, so yeah, just say what's up. Once again, thank you for having me to the Minnesota Music Coalition. This is I'm Still Breathing. I know times are difficult right now, and I wrote this song originally in like 2017, but playing it now makes me think of George Floyd too. So. Here I lie with nothing to say. I can't feel, so I can't be real. Where's the sky? All I see is gray. Leave me here, leave me to decay. I'm so cold, cut by all the stones, raw and used for law. I'm abused, bought and sold, paying for their throne. Close my eyes, dream of rescue road. I'm still breathing. I'm still breathing. I'm still breathing. I'm still breathing. Where am I? Used to have a place stolen from my work and my home. Now I cry, rage at my disgrace. I'll survive, 'cause I'm no hopeless case. I'm still breathing. till I see justice for Floyd. Justice for Floyd. Justice for Floyd. Justice for Floyd. 'Cause we're still breathing, and we're still breathing, and we'll keep fighting, 'cause we're still breathing. Ooh, hey. So, justice for George Floyd. We're still breathing and we can still do something about it. Oh. So, this next song is called Phantom Cries. It is the title of the Cedar Commissions that I did in 2019. And one of the songs on there is called Phantom Cries. And this is about the high maternal mortality rate among people of color, Black women in the United States. And this is kind of my response to it and doing something about it. And it's a really emotional song for me to sing. And so we'll get it going over here. Let me get rid of the guitar for this part. All right. Make sure that's not coming through. All right. Here we go. One last touch, one last gaze, one last breath, haunting her days. She hears another cry in the space where her heart keeps on beating. She still carries his voice in her DNA where he keeps on living. She has a perfect picture of his eyes before he went away, and the silver sun that pierced the clouds have turned to gray. 10 months of dreaming, 10 months of gleaming. Who will stop the cries? Phantom, da 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 da. One last touch, one last gaze, one last breath, haunting her days. She sees another life in the space where her brain keeps remembering. She still reaches for his hand, so small, too fragile, yet tightly holding on. She has a perfect picture of the footprints he'll never make. He's gone next to the perfect picture of steps that he'll never take. 10 months of dreaming, life cut short. 10 months of gleaming. Who will stop the cries? Phantom, da, da, dum, da, 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 dum, da, 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 da. One last touch, one last gaze, one last breath, haunting her days. One last touch, one last gaze, one last breath, haunting her days. One last touch, one last gaze, one last breath, haunting her days. One last take me inside. One last what do I do now? One last all the grief haunting her. All the grief. One last touch. Take me inside. One last all the grief haunting her. One last game, one last breath, haunting her, one last time, one last days, one last all the grief, haunting her, all the grief. All right, that was Phantom Cries. I got one last song left for you guys. And woo, thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for being here. And this song is short and sweet. And you can sing the lyrics with me. It goes, I'm a son, son baby, son, son baby, son, son baby. Very easy. If you've liked what you've heard so far, definitely, please make sure to put in some money in my Cash App, my PayPal, or my Venmo. All of that is available right there. So thank you so much for tuning in. This is Sun Baby. Oh, we lost the guitar. Here we go. Woo! Yeah. I wake with the sun rays, feel holding a bright haze, stars in my halo. Oh. I bloom with the sunshine, like the world come in my eye, and I can stay low. I'm a sun, sun baby, sun, sun baby, sun, sun baby. I'm a sun, sun baby, sun, sun baby, sun, sun baby. Sing along with me. I'm a sun, sun baby, sun, sun baby, yeah, yeah. I'm a sun, sun baby, sun, sun baby, sun, sun baby. Gave you a short and sweet one because we are out of time. Thank you so much. Stay blessed. Stay safe.
Hey guys.
Hey.
I'm not hearing Mary.
I'm not either.
Maybe it's a mime show and we're just gonna mime.
Now.
I'll try it again. Welcome everybody. My name is Mary McCoskey. I'm a volunteer and board member with the Minnesota Music Coalition. So I'll be your moderator this afternoon. I would like to start us off with reading our group agreement. We've been trying to do this throughout the program, so you guys get it. Together we will hold each other accountable, listen for understanding, acknowledge our own privilege within the intersections of racist, ableist, classist, sexist, misogynist, homophobic, and transphobic society. Recognize the space we take up and or hold because of this privilege. Recognize, oh, I just said that. Center the voices of Black people, Indigenous people, and people of color that choose to share in this space. Own our own mistakes, our intentions, and our impacts. We will respect each other's experiences, will speak honestly from our own experience, will appreciate silence and processing time, and we will exercise self-care.
Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Thank you. One thing I would like to say is everybody watching and listening right now, if you have questions and thoughts, please put them in the chat. We can't all converse, which we would normally do at a summit, but this is how we're going to converse, is through that chat. So if you have questions for our panels or suggestions for each other, please put those in the chat section. We'd appreciate it. Our topic, painfully, is touring, because our original theme was music, a voice for climate change, and then the whole world turned upside down. So we re-geared it to music business, because that is one thing musicians can still work on right now. However, when that was planned, touring didn't really look like it was going to be so far away. But it's going to come back. We've had traveling musicians since the beginning of time. It's survived plagues, etc. So we will tour again someday. So let's talk about touring.
We'll tour again.
Don't know where, don't know when.
Oh, thank you.
It's kind of like we're touring right now. So I'm going to give a quick intro. I'd like you guys to introduce yourselves more, though. We have Joe Scarpolino.
Yeah,
is that right? All
that
right.
is right. You got it.
Smoking Joe. And he
Hey.
will introduce himself a little bit here. Nicole Mulder is the executive director at the theater L'Homme Dieu. Is that correct? All right. Thank you, junior high French class. And so coming from a venue standpoint, she'll be talking about touring and what other standpoint you want to throw in. That'd be great. We have Mr. John Munson. You know him from Semisonic. You love him from Shakespeare. He's all over the place. New Standards. So bass master extraordinaire John Munson will also pipe in, because he's toured all over the place. So John, let's start with you. Tell us a little about yourself and your experience, like a snapshot of your touring experience.
It's funny because I have been going through some of my back pages and just realized that I have like played so many damn shows because I've been going through a bunch of board tapes that Trip Shakespeare made back in the 80s and 90s, and there are so many of them. I can't even believe it. I'm digitizing them, and I'm going to put them online, and basically no one is going to care, because it's just going to be a glut that will, everyone will be asphyxiated on it. But anyway, I've played in Trip Shakespeare and Semisonic, and played all over the world, and definitely have some feelings about the importance of touring. For me, touring was very important. And I think for any musician who wants to make their bones in music, touring should be a part of it at some point.
All right, Joe, what do you got?
Well, my name is Joe.
I'm a local musician. I originally came from Iowa, but I moved to Minneapolis 10 years ago. So I've been here for quite a while. And I've been touring for the last 15 years. I toured with my band Dead Larry extensively for 10 years. And then the last few years, I've been tour managing for a couple local Minnesota bands, Kind Country and Space Monkey Mafia, to name a few. Ska, bluegrass, I'm all over the place. I'm a rock band. Let's see, touring. I mean, when I got my first booking agent, he pretty much laid it down and said that, what I needed to do was all tickets and T-shirts. You need to sell tickets, you need to sell T-shirts at your shows, and that's pretty much the only way you're going to make money. And that was kind of my mindset for quite a while. And it's the most fun experience that I feel like I've had in my life is on the road. Whether it's with one band or another band, or people that come along. I feel like some of my favorite experiences in life have been on the road and touring, and I personally can't wait to get back out there. It's been a great time to reflect and to realize that there's a lot more you can do in music than tour. Sometimes bands get stuck in that rut of just touring and not actually focusing on anything else, but I sure do. I think I've had enough time to reflect. I'm ready to go.
We're ready to have you back out there, man. I miss live shows so bad.
Oh, so much. Yeah. People do a lot. I see it every day. People just wishing like, this is where I was going to be today. This is where I was going to be tomorrow.
Right.
And it's sad.
Nicole.
Hey everyone, I'm Nicole Mulder from Theater Lahamadou. Your French was beautiful, Mary. And here we're on Lake Lahamadou, and that's how everyone pronounces it up here. So that's where our pronunciation comes in. Hi Joe and hi John, and thanks everyone for having me here. A fun memory that I have is, I think to the exact day 2 years ago, John and the New Standards played at Theater Lahamadou. And I somehow talked him into playing Snow Days on the summer solstice. So that was like one of my favorite memories.
I do.
So anyway, I am here. Thank you so much for including a presenter's perspective, because, hopefully we can find some new ways to kind of be creative to be able to get you guys back out on tour and others out on tour. So I think that it's going to be a fun conversation. I'm looking forward to hearing some of your ideas. We at Theater Lahamadou present shows. So we present theater and music through the summer mostly, almost every single day. This year looks a little bit different for us, but we do we've had a presenting model now for about 10 years. We're in our 60th season this year, 60th. I'm not in my 60th. And then I'm also on the board of the Minnesota Presenters Network. So a network of people, of presenters throughout the whole state. I'm a member of that organization, but I'm also on the board. And so these are things that we talk about a lot. How do we work together? What things can we do now in 2020? What can we do? And I'm anxious to talk about how we might come together.
Great. So one of the questions I have is about, how do you fund a tour? Are there any established resources for funding a tour? Do you guys just self-fund? My son has a band. When the kids were in high school, they hit the West Coast. That was a parent-funded tour.
Good on you, Mary. Good on you.
I got him out of my house for 2 weeks. Too old for summer camp, boys. Get in the van. Boom. But
that's awesome.
but real bands don't. I mean, you can't. Your real band doesn't rely on parents. And my boys tour now without their parents funding that. So how do you fund a tour? It's not cheap. How do you make sure you get paid? Anyone care to speak to that?
Well, I mean, it's tough. I mean, it's gotten easier over the years. I, as a teenager, went on a couple of parent-funded tours, or at least the van repairs on the tour were parent-funded. But these days, I guess it's all just working out the deals ahead of time. Like working out guarantees ahead of time. Collecting up. You kind of can gauge how much you need. Like how much you need each day of the week, and a lot of times it can be a combination of, if you do really well locally within like a radius, but you don't do very well maybe off to the side, east or west, you make your money locally and then you spend it when you're on the road and you come back.
It used to be that you would do like that you'd have anchor dates.
Exactly.
That
Yeah.
would come along, and either that anchor date would be in your hometown, or that anchor date would be like a college gig that you would have in Chicago. So you'd have like one creamy gig, and that would kind of fund all the losers. And when you start, there's going to be so many losers. You're going to lose money to start because
tons, yeah.
Yeah, it's just kind of, you have to understand that you're making an investment in yourself, with the hope that you'll develop as an artist, and you'll also develop an audience of people who are interested in you. And it really, you have to take the attitude, I think, of winning fans really in tiny little handfuls. But the thing about it is, I was just reading something that Sean McPherson posted on Twitter the other day, and it was, what was the biggest act with the smallest audience that you recall? Well, people will remember that forever. If they go to a show and there are 5 people there and every single person in the room has their mind blown, and at the end of the show they are running up to buy your record, there's a half dozen people maybe, but every single one of those people will be so happy to go out and sell you to their friends and say, I saw this thing that was amazing, and you have to come the next time they're coming, which is going to be in 3 months or whatever. And that getting those people selling for you is what you really have to do, just one at a time.
So I'm sure Nicole pays bands real money when they play. My kids got paid with T-shirts and beer swag that was left in a box behind the bar at on tour. That doesn't cover gas. It doesn't even cover Burger King. How do you work with, so they clearly didn't have a booking manager or any sort of management whatsoever, but how do you go about getting paid on the road?
Well,
it's every venue is different, and every person is unique that runs that venue. So you have to be so fluid, at least in my experience, just booking gigs across the country. It's just like, sometimes you try and get a good percentage and you try and find a good local band. It's really good to with other bands. That's the number one thing. Not, don't overpromise them, of course, but connecting with other local bands has always been a success, but it's risky. I mean, I've always had the model that you have to play somewhere at least 5 times within a year and a half in order to start breaking even at those shows. Like, as an average, sometimes it's less, sometimes it's more, but
the kind of shows that you have make a big difference too.
Yes, for sure, absolutely.
Yeah, you can't get paid if you don't have audience there, and you can't sell an audience that you're awesome if you don't have an audience there. And what's really tricky is that you're relying largely on the efforts of the local club to actually promote your show beyond the walls of that club. And in a lot of cases, these are highly unreliable people. Nicole being the exception. But I mean, it's a very dodgy world. I mean, at the club level anyway. It's First Avenue like clubs are very few and far between. First Avenue takes a responsibility to get the word out on the local scene. They take that very seriously, and they do postering campaigns, and they do put ads in the local pages. So they're making an effort on your behalf. But a lot of clubs, it's outside of Minneapolis, you don't know what you're going to get. Would you agree, Joe?
I'd agree with that. It is. It's a shaky bunch out there, and there are people booking shows from ages 18 to 80, at these venues. So sometimes sometimes you're texting them, and that's what works best. Sometimes you got to call them. Sometimes, the emails, or sometimes only on Facebook. There's this person only books on Facebook. I've been emailing them for years, and I just should have talked to this guy. And you never know. It's all different. So I mean, it have to be patient, and then just take every win and get excited about it. But just if people aren't getting back to you, or people are saying no, just let it roll off. just keep working. You know, that's the best advice I have, because, you know, people say no more than they say yes. You just got to get used to it. It's not a big deal. You know, just know your worth and present yourself in the best way you can, and just go.
Yeah, by and large, it's
you
not.
know.
You're not the problem. No. I mean, if you are the problem, you'll know sooner.
Yeah, there'll be a common denominator. But you know, there are clubs. You know, there's a club like First Avenue out in Missoula, Montana, that I just was a magnet to a long time ago, and they promote super hard. And we've always had wonderful shows there, even though a lot of people didn't know who we were. And that's all it takes, is just someone in the town that you're in to care.
Right.
And to put the work in. And you can develop those people as a street team, but sometimes clubs are just wonderful. And that does happen.
It does happen.
It's very exciting.
Yeah. And you can find out, I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, the network of your musician pals is the way to kind of find out. It's like, oh yeah, you don't want to go there, or, you know, trying to avoid that place. I mean, we all know about those clubs even here. It's just like, yeah, well, you know, it was your first time through, and so you ended up playing in that place. But next time, maybe you should consider a different place, you know?
Yeah.
A place that's kind of more geared towards the type of music that you do. I mean, there are clubs that are kind of genre specific to some extent too, and you know, having that in mind is important. It's tricky though for an emerging musician. I really do think, you know, I mean, I know that was kind of the title of this topic or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have to really accept the fact that it's going to develop slowly. But the great thing about it is that you're going to learn so much about who you are as an artist, and you're going to learn about your material and what of those songs are really any good. You know, sometimes your favorite tune is really, you know, nobody likes it.
Yeah, it's fun for us, but you know, can't all be singers. You know, that's just how it is.
Yeah.
And I mean, you get to know your band too. You know, you get to know parts of the country. It's great. I worry about emerging artists a bit right now, not being able to start. You know, like I had a band that I started, and we just released its existence in September. First single was out in December. We played 8 shows, and then we had to wait. And it's you know, I imagine bands that, like, I've been in a few, so it's okay. You know, I kind of know the deal. But if you just had, so if that was your first shot, I don't know, it'd be really stressful. It's hard to keep a band together right now.
Yeah, my buddy Matt Wilson put out his record like right as the pandemic broke, and it was just heartbreaking for him. You know, he had one online show, and that was it. And he's gotten a ton of great notice and mentions and stuff like that, and he can't follow up on any of it. And a lot of it is national press, and he's just stuck.
Yeah. The one thing is that at least it's not just his band. It's everybody's in the same boat, at least. So
that's nice for a minute, and then after a while, it's like, just get out of this boat.
Yeah.
No, it's a sucky boat, but at least no one else is like moving ahead. Nobody's moving ahead. We're all here, sitting right here.
I've had weird little bouts of internet success, but like other than that, like just like weird little hits on things. Go ahead, Johnson.
I didn't have anything to say. I don't. What about you, Nicole? Well, how are you? How are you kind of planning? It's very interesting to kind of. I've called several venues because I've got a record coming out in the fall, and so I'm like, hey, we've got this record coming out in the fall, and we're kind of thinking about a date, and it's tough to get a call back even about shows in September right now. You know, are you scheduling things at all, or?
Yeah, we are keeping a few things pretty fluid as of right now. I'm not going to do anything indoors. One thing about Theater La Hamadou is that we have 22 acres of land in the woods on the lake. So we have housing for people. We have a desire to do something this summer, and we're kind of piecing that together now. So we will do a couple of shows, some music. It's fluid though, even still. So we've got some bands that feel like they're ready to come back. Others aren't rehearsing at all. Other times we can't come together on sharing the risk because we just can't guarantee an audience. And I've always like, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My AC just kicked on. I'm wondering if I should shut it off. you know, I used to have a pretty good handle on who was coming and how many people were coming. Not always, and I want to address that in just a minute. But I always like to say that I like to base risk on probability, and right now there's no probability. I have nothing to go on, so I don't know. You know, I can go back a couple of years depending on the work and figure out what I estimate the audience size will be, and I have none of that right now. So we need to find some creative ways to be able to share that risk. One of the things that we also want to do at Theater La Hamadi that's important to us is using our space and using our resources. So let's say we can have an audience. Let's say we go through the entire summer and don't have an audience. What can we do? Well, we have space to park your stage if you have a stage that is a trailer. We have space for artists to, if they can socially distance and be follow the rules on that they could come to our stage and cut a new sizzle reel or do something like that. And I know a lot of venues are looking to do this too. Now with us, it's a little different because we don't have to have a huge stage if you can support yourself, or a huge staff. And so even when you mentioned, John, that you're having a hard time getting a call back, some of it might just be a lack of resources as far as staffing goes, and still trying to keep the doors open, still trying to figure out what the PPE is. I mean, there's so much preparedness plans, all those things, and maybe one or two people on staff now where they used to have quite a few more. So be patient with that. I want to go back a couple of things. You had talked about building an audience, and that's one thing that's really important, especially for the emerging artists. And even with somebody who's not. I mean, for us to present the new standards at Theater La Hamadi where people don't know the new standards, you know, they'll sell out the State Theater in 2 days or 1 day or however fast. But for us, building an audience, even with a band that's so reputable, it takes a tremendous amount of work. And so a good way for artists to partner with us on that is to provide quality marketing materials. If you have a cool sizzle, if your sizzle reel is crap, then we're not going to present it because it doesn't look good for us either. So, you know, your marketing materials are really important. So take this time to work on those. That's one of the suggestions I have. Something clean, something nice, something high resolution, anything like that helps. And then, you know, you talked about the reputation of the venues, and that, you know, that reputation goes both ways, where we also talk on our side to say, this person, their production manager is hard to deal with, or this, you know, this is a really great band and they always sell out, but just know that they're going to treat your staff like shit, or so, you know, something like that. Like those conversations do actually happen. It's not many. I mean, especially for Minnesota artists, we don't come across it a whole lot, but just know that those things travel with you as well. And, you know, what was your other question? Oh, like, what are we presenting anything? You know, I have a whole series of things that I prepared for today that I think will come up in a minute. But I think there are some things to think about that would be helpful for us to know. Is your band presenting this summer? So just think about some of these questions, please. Is your band presenting this summer? Are you rehearsed enough that if I called today that you could present in July 15th? Are you willing to present outside, perhaps through an FM transmitter? In our location, are you willing to get on a boat and go cruise around with us and run it through an FM transmitter? Are you, how many people do you have? Do you have a production team with you? Is that something? Do you have a sound engineer? Do you have a lighting designer? All of those things are really important to presenters right now because we're short-staffed. I can't, and to bring in a staff for just one show is real tough to find because you want to make sure that they're insured and all. It's really expensive to have a staff for just one show. So a few things to think about. Yeah, there's a lot of presenters presenting. Not a lot, but there are some presenters presenting. But we've got to get creative on what the venue looks like, how many people there are, and what the band is willing to do and how prepared they can be at this point.
Yeah, no, what I've been hearing from some of my friends who are presenters is that at the current phase or whatever that we're in, you know, they 25% capacity just won't do it for them. It's like they're like, you know what, I can't open at 25% capacity because I can't even pay my staff.
Yeah.
And I definitely can't pay the band. So
Right.
that's not going to work. So it feels like, maybe we're one step off for the places where you have to be inside. On the other hand, I will play on your boat, and I will also play I'll play in your yard, and I will certainly play on the lawn of Lahamadou. Yeah, so let's make that happen.
Okay.
But the only thing that I get out of this is a gig up at in Alexandria. That's gonna work out great for me. What about you, Joe?
I'm into it. I put on a music festival every year, so I oftentimes am kind of a flipped role of being the venue for a weekend, and we chose to go virtual this year. We have a lot of live streaming experience, and like we told each other that as things progress, like the only thing that we would do other than virtual stage, like studio stages, would be a drive-in if we could find a spot to do that. We have all the equipment and everything you need and all the people to do drive-in. We just don't have a place to do it. And those have been
so we are doing that, and we also are. I know of a couple of other venues that are doing it. So we can talk about a few of those things. But this is exactly, I think, the kind of conversation that, is there something, because revenue is so tight for us? One thing about drive-ins, depending on the venue. So let's say I can have a few people outside right now, right? So I can have up to 250 people in a car, for example.
Right. But
the number of people that I can have outside of their cars, including the band, is limited to 25% of my capacity inside. And the reason is because if we have a storm or something like that, everyone has to be able to get to a shelter, and we can't guarantee that people come by car or something that they can shelter themselves in. So all of those people need to be able to go inside, if that's the case.
That makes sense.
So those numbers are pretty small for a 300-seat house, or we're looking at 50 people. But so it's just so hard to know what people are comfortable with, and let me tell you, it's going to change in different cities. So I'm in Alexandria right now. I also live in Minneapolis, and I just got up here about a week ago, and I've been back and forth the last month or so. And being here is different than it is being in Minneapolis. The number of people wearing masks are different when a mask isn't required, and things like that. So, and that's going to change from town or city to city. There's a vibe. There's a vibe in the towns, I think, that kind of dictate what's happening there. But anyway, so are there ways that presenters can work with artists? So for example, is a stage important to you right now for rehearsal space? Is it something that if you come to Theater Lahamadou or a different venue, where, like I said, we have a little different setup, but if you come and join us for a couple of days, you're able to use our stage, you'll be able to have kind of an artist in residency program where we can do whatever we can to spark your creativity. It's a pretty conducive place to the creation of art at our venue and at other venues too. So I just, is it worth it to be able to spend some time and then, share the cost of the concert? Or, somehow, that I like to pay musicians, and most of us do. We just can't take the risk to do that guarantee right now. So is there a way we could share the guarantee or share, do a different kind of a split if we have other assets to be able to provide to musicians? Is that something that's important to you?
For me, possibly. The thing about it is I don't know I don't know how you feel about it, Joe, but it's like the resources that are available right now are so very limited that to actually get out and play a show, it's really kind of got to be, I have to get paid as much as I want just to play, because I miss playing so much. The gigs are so few and far between. It's like, I'd love to just go out and just play for the hell of it. But every time you go out and play for free, what you are doing essentially, effectively, is saying, "I will play for free." And it's a thing I think that musicians get told all the time that this will be this is an opportunity for you, or this is a chance for you to develop a relationship or to promote yourself in some way.
Exposure.
Exposure. So if you do that, even though I know that your heart is in the right place, Nicole, and I'd basically, if you asked me to come up there and play for something that was less than my normal fee, I would do it because I already have a relationship with you. But generally speaking, I've been reluctant to take those types of gigs because it just feels like, first of all, I'm putting myself at risk in terms of my, health, and I'm also saying next time we know we can get him for this because we got him for this time, So I don't know. It's definitely a challenging time that way.
Yeah, I can tell you from a presenter's standpoint that those conversations are not happening. That is not. I talk with my fellow presenters every week, sometimes more than once a week, where we're doing Zoom calls and kind of coming up with creative ways and just checking in to see what each other is doing. People are not saying. I mean, I do know a presenter whose presenter fees are at, normally thousands of dollars, and they're at like 300 right now.
Yeah.
That's what they know they can do. And that's with sponsors, because the sponsors are also just trying to help keep the doors open.
Right.
And so, but I haven't had the sense, at least in my relationships and with the Minnesota Presenters Network, that people are not saying, in fact, I just wrote a survey the other day that said, do you have like specific COVID, not a COVID rate, but like a rate that's different just for this time. It's nobody's saying that it's going to be less in the future. And that's a conversation too, like even with ticket prices, are people willing to pay, first of all, buy tickets in advance?
Mm-hmm.
And then
Mm-hmm.
how far in advance? And that's the hard part, is that we can't say, we're going to book you at the end of August, because in August we could shut down just as fast as we did in March. Mm-hmm. And so even look out that far is difficult when we don't know beyond next week. I feel pretty confident that we could sell a couple tickets for a week out.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know beyond that. But I do know that it's definitely a shared risk. But those the feeling is not, as far as what I can tell and in my conversations, the feeling is not, let's recalibrate to a lower rate for all time.
Right.
Right. And I think on my end, I'm just at a kind of a smaller level of production that I travel with the acts that I use. Like, I mean, I'm sure, especially acts have never made it there or, to a certain place. I mean, I feel like we would be willing to work at a reduced rate, with the intention of building that relationship so that when all this is said and done, we can, already have that foot in the door. However, if I were working a larger production and I had more people to pay, and people who didn't have a side job, like a lot of my musicians that I work with do, like they could go out, not make very much money, play a show, come back and still not starve. It's like, so that would make it easier. But then at the same time, these are bands that aren't necessarily guaranteed to draw at all. So like, that's like, it's a weird catch-22. Like the bands would be willing to do it. Like it would be, like you said, it would be all about marketing at that point.
Yes.
Because it would be a brand new relationship with these bands that are willing to do it for a little less and like take the risk, but at the same time, it'd be extra work to promote them. So it's I think it's as long as everyone's clear about their intentions and how hard they're going to work for something. I guess, I mean, you could always not tell the truth, I suppose, if you want to do that, but I mean, people know right away if you do the work or you don't.
Another thing is that the when you take a look at some of the venues, I think you can see the variety of the shows that they're presenting, and I think as a musician, you can probably get a sense for how the show is going to sell, how the audience might react. And especially, again, to get back to the topic of emerging artists, there are some organizations who have a certain series for emerging artists. There is an audience for new work, and you may be able to seek out those places and have, they'll have a pretty good handle on how to best work with an emerging artist to be able to give them a fair shot.
Yeah. I mean, I think the PACs are such a much different kind of thing than the clubs. It's just kind of almost two different worlds, you know. The PAC, when I say PAC, Performing Arts Center, which is a place like Theater La Hamadou, which is probably on the smaller side of those types of venues. There's amazing ones all around Minnesota, and I would encourage anybody to, you know, look into opportunities, because the people like Nicole's colleagues who book at those places are amazing, and they're very interested in cultivating music.
Excuse me. You'll have, sorry, there was a bit of a delay there. I interrupted you. You'll have places like Detroit Lakes with Amy Stoller Stearns, who, you know, and she, you know, they have a backstage series for emerging artists, and then they also have an 800-seat venue.
Right.
Grand Rapids with Chantel Dow. Red Wing, you play there quite a bit. I mean, there's a lot of St. Cloud, Paramount Theater. There's just so many venues across that are smaller towns that bring in a great audience. And the other thing is that they really have established staff and established, you know, executive directors at some point, or an established series at some point, where people trust that person. And I, you know, look for that as you're an emerging artist. Look for, do you trust the person that you're booking with? Because if you do, and if you have that sense, likely his or her audience does that too. I'm always amazed at the people who show up not having any idea what they're getting into, but they bought the series because they're adventurous, or they're, for whatever reason, there's multiple reasons, but because they liked last year is often what happens.
Yep.
They're buying the whole series because of what they liked last year.
Well, our Caravan du Nord is our outstate,
Mm-hmm.
you know, music event, and there are people that will buy tickets and go just because it's the Caravan du Nord. They may not have heard of one single band on the lineup, but they want to see the new music that's come to their town, and they trust that series because we've been there a lot. So, oh, Bonnie's on here.
Oh, Bonnie.
We miss Bonnie. So we have a question from John Mulder. I'm wondering if maybe Nicole knows him. Do you feel that perceived value to the audience has changed with limited offerings?
That's funny. I do know John. Hi, honey. Happy Father's Day. So this is thank you for the question. It's a conversation we've just had in the last couple of days, because the audience, because the venues change a little bit. I mean, think of everybody, and I had this, I woke up with this one day back in April, where I was kind of anxious to get back, you know, to the theater, and just thinking about that. And all of a sudden I woke up and went, okay, as I'm welcoming everybody back, I've got a mask on. There's extra volunteers who all have masks on, and everybody has masks on, and everybody's spread out, and it's not the audience. It doesn't look the same. It doesn't feel the same. It felt kind of police state to me in my mind. And how does that change the value of your experience? And we did see something recently where, you know, we saw a live performance. It was a beautiful show. But then again, it's like, how do you change the expectations of the audience to be able to pay the same ticket price? So when they're going, you know, you're paying the same ticket price, you're trying to have that same model, like Bonnie says, the old model is gone. So now what can we do when everybody has expectations of what 2019 was? How do you shift those expectations so that they show up, pay a fair ticket price, make sure the band and the artist is paid, and enjoy their experience? What do we do differently? How do we change it? Because it just seems like that's going to be a difficult task.
Well, I think one thing in terms of perceived values, I think that there is a real growing hunger for music. So in some ways, I feel like the value of music and the value of a performance is going up and up and up. With as long as it's just being held back. You know, you see the pictures of people going to like crooners and stuff like that, and they're filling their parking lot, and people are going nuts. You know, and they're loving it, loving seeing music. At the same time, you know, not everything is appropriate in that kind of context. You know, it doesn't always work in that outdoor context. Becomes a weather dependent thing too, which is kind of tricky. So I don't know. I'm very intrigued by Bonnie's question. Okay, the old model is gone. What do we do now with a total blank slate to make a new model? And you know, I mean, I guess Joe, I don't know how you feel about this, but this has been the thing that I've been scratching my head about for the last several months. And as I watch people, you know, putting on shows online and things like that, and I have very, very ambivalent and confused feelings about those performances. And especially in the context, if we go back towards like an emerging artist, performing to a camera versus performing to an actual live audience is just such a completely different thing. The instantaneous response, and in fact, I think you as a musician, and certainly all of us who have ever been to a performance, we understand that there's a chemistry that happens in the room that you can feel it in your bones when it's working, and you can feel it in your bones when it's not working. And developing that sense about the space, that is a huge part of your education as a musician. And so absent a physical audience, it's such a hard thing to cultivate. And I honestly, Bonnie, I'm super challenged by your question. I have not been able to square that circle or figure it out even for myself. And I want to really, I would say actually desperately, but I just haven't been able to quite yet. I'm so open to people's ideas. I wish that we had a million responses to that question coming in, because I want to act, but I kind of don't know what to do. Sad.
Did you guys watch Dr. Osterholm, the epidemiologist, who he live streamed an interview? I think it was at the Presenters Union or the Presenters Group. It was the same thing. It's like we all want an answer. We would all like a timeline and a deadline and some solid answers. And he just kept saying, "Man, we don't know." Yeah, you know, and it's like, come on, you're a professional. Give us an answer.
He said, I saw him interviewed this morning, as a matter of fact, and I hesitate to report. He said, "Oh, forget about the whole wave model. What we're in now is a forest fire, and it's just going to get bigger and bigger. There's no wave. It's just going to keep going." Wow. And that just... Anyway, it's depressing, and I don't want to be depressing. But you know what? I know we're not quite wrapping up, and I would love to hear some questions. But if I were a young artist right now, what I would do is I would be writing. I would be focusing all my energy on trying to create a larger and larger body of work, because I know that the ratio of good to bad songs for most people is pretty balanced towards bad songs. But it just means you have to write more songs and you'll have more good songs. And that would be the best possible thing you could do with your time right now. And in addition to writing more songs, trying to figure out I think something that Nicole said, how to present yourself in a way so that what you're doing is understandable to people. And I think that since most of your shows are going to be for your friends, in, you know, as you kind of start as an artist, I think a lot of times your audience is mostly your friends. You can show your friends whatever you craft up, either the recording that you make or the video that you make, or even just playing the song for a friend in a room. You can feel that response. Or even better, if you can be in a room with somebody and press play on a tape machine or whatever. Tape machine, Jesus Christ. That's totally where I'm at right now with my tape machines.
Starting over.
Laugh. But honestly, if you listen to your music with somebody, you learn so much about it. It is entirely different than if you listen to it by yourself, because you're hearing it through their ears. And if you're an empathic person, which most musicians really have a deep sense of empathy, it's like one of the characteristic traits of every great musician I've ever worked with. You'll feel them reacting, and it will tell you so much about if the music's working, where it's working, how it's working, and it'll give you a better sense of yourself as an artist. It's a small thing, a small way to kind of do the thing that you might otherwise do in front of an audience. But your friends are such a great sounding board.
Awesome.
I think a couple of things here. One is, I just want to respond to Bonnie's question too, and thank you, Bonnie. Bonnie was my mentor, actually assigned mentor when I first started here, so I love hearing from her. Man, was I lucky? Was I lucky to get Bonnie?
Yeah, you were.
Her and John's question is a little bit the same. John Mulder's question, in that that's, I think, what we're trying to figure out is prioritizing, or what, you know, the value or the what is the audience looking for too? Is it the same? Is it different? I think that's if I understand that right. And we're not sure yet. I mean, I've been to the concert at Crooners. It was very nice. You can't get up and dance in some locations. You know, some people are strict. You have to stay in your car. There's no bathroom situation. There's no drinks or the food. A restaurant's a little different than a performing arts venue. We have different rules. The one thing I just want to say about Dr. Osterholm, what I think about him, and I think about what when I kind of put it all to my, well, anyway, if I look at COVID a little bit like the weather, it becomes a little more reasonable to me that we will kind of ebb and flow. So a lot of people that I hear complaining or read complaining are complaining about the inconsistencies. And that's exactly what we're going to get, just like the weather. You know, a storm comes in, we close school for 2 hours, or sometimes a day, depending on what time it comes in. I mean, there's so many inconsistencies with the weather and the time and the everything. And I think if I think about that, that helps me be prepared in being unprepared. How's that?
It gives your brain something to latch onto, because we don't have any previous experience with it. But weather, that's a good one. That's a good way to look at it. Joe.
Yeah.
Let's say you hop into a time machine and you go into the future a bit, where people can go on tour, you as well. What is your best practices advice for a band hitting the road? What advice do you want to give to somebody that they don't do something stupid that you've done?
Oh man, get your van or bus or whatever you have. Don't get a bus, but get your van, unless it's a really nice bus. But get it all checked out a week or two before you leave. Don't put it off. Don't just assume everything's fine. Like, just go take it in, even if you think everything's great. Don't make your goal of every night to just party and party and party. I made that mistake early on. Keep yourself, reasonably sober, able to do this, because it'll affect you every day. If you go too hard on day 2, the next 8 days are going to be terrible for you, because it's nonstop. Be clear with your band about your needs and wants. Be emotional. Like, don't lock things in. Make sure you're expressing yourself. And I think the only thing I wanted to say about the previous question, and kind of applies to this too, is I feel like moving forward within our bands and within our relationships, exactly what we're doing in this conversation is like opening up, dropping our guard a little bit, and being transparent, extremely transparent about what we're going to do. And not just like this ego throw in, like, here's what I have and this is what I need and here's what I have. Is like, just like be completely honest with the venue, with your band, with, your agent or whatever you're talking to, and just kind of like the rock and roll attitude just kind of got to go. It's, I've always tried not to have it, but it's like we know exactly in order to work fluently, like in this, like you said, the weather changes constantly. I put on an outdoor music festival and I know exactly what that's like. And I feel like the more transparent we are and honest about how things are going from day to day with a venue and an artist, it's just, those are the people that are going to be able to work this out and survive. So as a band moving forward, just be upfront and honest and know what, and fix your van before you leave. That's all I got.
That's very good. John, advice.
Advice for young musicians going on the road.
Yeah.
Well, a little kind of touching on some of what Joe said. I think don't get too fucked up too often. I think that's a pretty good advice. And the other thing I think is, if you care about your band, act like it. I mean, if you love the group of people that you're performing with, you have to be gentle with them. People are gonna have it's a dicey proposition, and it's a good chance not everybody is playing at the same level, and it takes people kind of develop in different ways, but these are the people that you have in your band, and they're committed to it. And if they're out there with you, and maybe do everything you can to cultivate them and help them grow as artists. And if it doesn't work out, you'll know that too, that'll happen. But one thing that I used to do that really got me into a lot of trouble with my fellow bandmates is, if I had a bad show or a bad experience on stage, I would come off stage really infuriated. And a lot of times the anger would be directed at myself, but it would find its way on to everyone else. And it's not a good quality to have. I think you have to like exercise gentleness, and don't do a postmortem on every gig right after the show, especially if you've had a bad experience, because when you're on that stage, you're in a heightened reality where your nerve endings are at their most extreme. They're tuned to their most extreme because you're using all your senses to absorb what's happening in that space, so that you can be really responsive and reactive. And you have to kind of let that go away, and you'll find, like an hour after the show, that it was a good show, and it's okay. And you can be gentle and happy again. But your desire to just kind of unleash on your bandmates might be really high about 5 minutes after you come off stage, and don't do it, or you won't have a band.
That's great advice. And don't unleash it on your audience either. If someone likes a show that you hated, say thank you.
Yes.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. And then just suck it up. They don't want to hear that you had a bad show.
Yeah.
Pretend that you didn't.
Gratitude is what it's all about. And I feel immense gratitude for the opportunity to hang out with all you guys.
Me too.
About this. And to have the privilege of getting to do music at all, ever, is delightful. And even though we're in such a horrible moment right now, and I think we have to own it. I've never seen anything like it. I have no idea what's going to happen, and it's a miserable moment, but it's going to pass. It will pass, and we will all get to play music and be together again, and that is a thing to rejoice in.
Wow. Awesome. Well, gosh, I don't even want to say anything after that. But I'm gonna. So, Nicole, you had mentioned that if a band treats your staff poorly, They're not invited back. So, so what are some, not that you have to tell us any big juicy story, but just what is some stuff that could kill a band?
Yeah, it's not coming back necessarily be invited back. I mean, that I can't. Then I'm certainly not speaking for everyone in that way. But what I will say is that we are on the same team. We are on your side. We want nothing more than the band to have the most wonderful experience, successful evening, grow their audience. I mean, those are things that we are working really hard to do from our end too. Is there's nothing that never a staff or anybody that's actually gonna put the money out there to pay a band is gonna be looking for that band to fail. And so open communication is really important. I guess if there's, it almost always comes down to communication, I think. Managing expectations.
Yep.
There you go.
Communication.
Exactly.
There's, I think sometimes where maybe some venues have a little different, sometimes a venue isn't allowed to because they're in a school, for example, allowed to serve alcohol or allowed to, really fulfill a rider that the band wants. That, don't hold it against them. And sometimes people say, I don't want you to, I'm just going to cross the alcohol off your rider, because that's not what other profession can you go get wasted and then go to work? Like,
It's true.
those are, please just be respectful of the venue in that situation. And again, it's all just about trying to be successful. I mean, we really truly are not going to hire anybody that we're not trying to help or grow or want to be successful. It's just not the case. And I think in every situation, everybody, on the entire staff is on that team too. So, that's all I ask is that, just remember that, first of all, everybody's different. Every venue's different. The rules are different, especially with COVID. The numbers are different depending on where, if you're a resort, a performing arts center, a restaurant, if you have a caterer involved. I mean, there's all sorts of things that make those things different. So, I would say for an emerging artist to just kind of sit down and write down everything, having really nice, like it goes, again, marketing, take this time to work on your writing, like John said, your marketing, make sure that when you are going to somebody, you say, yes, I have, Facebook and Instagram and a YouTube channel, and I, bring my own production team, or I don't know what it is, but know what your limitations are. Know if you're going to travel. Are you going to travel in 2020 to Northwest Minnesota? Are you going to stay in the metro? Are you willing to do those things? I mean, those are things that you should all get together with your band, figure out what your limitations are, so that when you just run into one of us on the street and we're like, hey, we're looking for a band in July, you have it together and you can start communicating right away.
Awesome. Good advice. Thank you so much, you guys. So this is our last panel of the whole summit. So everybody who came to all the panels, thank you so much. We will be sharing these on our YouTube channel. So our whole focus was working on the business of your art, so that now is the time to do that. You can work on your press kit. You can talk to your graphic designer and get some posters made. Now's the time to work on it, and you'll be ready to rock when the world opens again. And we can't wait to see you when you're out playing music.
I have a question, and I know we're done. But are Abby and Eric going to play tonight, or did that already happen?
That is tonight at 7:30.
Awesome.
And at 8:30 we have Ben Weaver. So we have music tonight. Come back for live music.
Nice.
That's excellent.
Go grab some dinner.
Super.
And come back for some music in a rainstorm. I think it's supposed to rain. I'm trapped in my office. So it's a good.
Well, peace out, you guys.
All right. Thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thanks for everyone tuning in.
Right.
Thanks for having me.
Minnesota Music Coalition says, love you.
Bye.
Bye.